They say every healer learns to recognize death's approach, the way breath becomes shallow, the way light fades from desperate eyes, the way time itself seems to slow in those final moments. I'd seen it 100 times in my grandmother's clinic and had learned to accept it as the natural end of suffering. But when I found him bleeding out in the snow, his massive wolf form trembling with each labored breath, something in me refused to accept that inevitability. Maybe it was the way his amber eyes locked onto mine with such fierce desperation. Maybe it was the strange pull I felt toward this dying creature, like invisible threads connecting my heartbeat to his fading pulse. Or maybe it was simply that I'd spent my entire life being told I wasn't strong enough, wasn't gifted enough, wasn't worth the magic that ran thin in my bloodline. And here, in this wounded alpha, I saw a chance to prove them all wrong. I knelt in the crimson-stained snow and pressed my trembling hands against his torn chest. "You don't get to die tonight," I whispered, feeling the desperate flutter of his heart beneath my palms. "I won't allow it." His wolf form shuddered, and for just a moment, I could have sworn I saw something flicker in those amber depths, recognition, gratitude, or perhaps a warning of everything this choice would cost me. I should have listened to that warning. I should have walked away. But I've never been good at doing what I should. And that one moment of defiance, that single choice to save a dying wolf I didn't know, would shatter every boundary I'd ever believed in, challenge every truth I'd been taught, and bind me to a destiny far more dangerous and far more beautiful than I could have imagined. This is the story of how I became something I never thought possible. This is the story of the promise that changed everything. Chapter 1. The weight of inadequacy. The healing stone cracked in my hands. Again. I stared at the fractured crystal, watching the pale green light flicker and die like a candle suffocated by wind. Around me, the other apprentices continued their work, their stones glowing steadily as they channeled healing energy into the practice dummies before them. Their magic flowed smooth and certain, like water finding its natural course. Mine sputtered and failed. Always. Mireya. Master Calix's voice carried across the training hall, sharp with disappointment that had become all too familiar. "That's the third stone this week." I set the broken crystal down carefully, keeping my expression neutral even as shame burned hot in my chest. "Yes, Master. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't heal the injured." She moved to stand before me, her silver hair caught in the afternoon light streaming through the tall windows. At 60, she was still formidable, her healing gift so powerful she could mend broken bones with a touch. "Your grandmother was one of the finest healers our clan ever produced. Your mother showed promise before she trailed off, but we both knew how that sentence ended. Before she died trying to save a patient beyond her abilities." "I know," I said quietly. The legacy of failure I carried wasn't just my own. Master Calix's expression softened slightly. "You have knowledge, child. Your understanding of herbs, of anatomy, of traditional medicine, it's exceptional. But knowledge without the gift." She gestured at my broken healing stone. "In our world, it's not enough." Around us, the other apprentices had stopped their work to watch. I could feel their eyes on me, could hear the whispers that had followed me for months. Mireya the broken. Mireya, who can't channel. Why does Master Calix even keep her? "Perhaps," Master Calix continued, her voice dropping low enough that only I could hear, "it's time to consider a different path. The kitchens always need."
"No."
The word came out harder than I intended. I took a breath, forcing my voice to soften. "Please, Master.
Give me more time."
I can feel the magic, I know it's there, I just need to find the right way to access it." It wasn't entirely a lie. Sometimes, in the darkest hours of night, I did feel something stirring beneath my skin, a warmth, a potential, a power that remained frustratingly out of reach. Like trying to grasp smoke, it vanished the moment I tried to direct it. Master Calix studied me with those knowing gray eyes. "Your determination is admirable, Mireya, but determination alone won't." A commotion at the training hall entrance cut her off. One of the younger students burst through the doors, breathless and wide-eyed. Master Calyx. There's been an accident in the northern woods. Multiple injuries. The hunting party needs healers immediately. The atmosphere in the hall shifted instantly. Master Calyx's demeanor transformed from teacher to commander. Sorrel, Vea, Thressa, gather emergency supplies. The rest of you, return to your stations and continue practice. Her eyes found mine. Mireya, you'll assist with preparations, but you will not accompany us to the site. Is that clear? Each word landed like a stone. Not trusted. Not capable. Not needed. Yes, master, I managed. As the skilled apprentices rushed to gather supplies, as Master Calyx organized the emergency response with practiced efficiency, I moved to the storage rooms to help. My hands worked automatically, counting bandages, checking her pouches, ensuring the healing stones were properly charged, while my mind churned with familiar bitterness. This was my life. Always preparing, never participating. Always learning, never truly healing. Trapped in the space between what I knew and what I could do, watching others live the purpose I'd been born for but couldn't claim. Don't look so miserable, a voice said beside me. I glanced up to find Ivania, one of the few apprentices who still spoke to me kindly. She was 2 years younger, but twice as talented, her gift already strong enough to handle simple breaks and minor wounds. Master Calyx is just being cautious. You know how she gets after what happened to your mother. My mother died because she pushed herself beyond her limits, I said, repeating the story I'd heard 100 times. I'm not even at my limits. I can't reach them. Ivania's hand found my shoulder, warm and steady. Maybe your gift just works differently. Not everyone channels through stones, you know. My grandmother always said the old healers didn't use crystals at all. They worked with pure will and knowledge of the body. The old ways are lost, I said automatically. But something in her words caught at me, a spark of possibility I was afraid to examine too closely. Maybe they're just forgotten, Ivania countered. Not the same as lost. Before I could respond, Master Calyx appeared in the doorway. The team is ready. Mireya, lock up the training hall after we leave. I expect everything to be organized by the time we return. She paused, and for just a moment, something like pity crossed her face. Use the time to practice. Try the breathing exercises I showed you. Sometimes the gift just needs patience. Then she was gone, taking the other healers with her, taking the purpose and the action, and the chance to prove myself. I was left alone in the vast training hall, surrounded by tools I couldn't use and a gift I couldn't access. The silence was suffocating. I moved through the space mechanically, organizing supplies that were already organized, straightening practice dummies that didn't need straightening. Anything to keep my hands busy, to avoid the hollow feeling that threatened to consume me. When I finally finished, when there was nothing left to organize or clean or pretend to be useful about, I found myself standing in front of the practice station with a fresh healing stone. I shouldn't. I knew I shouldn't. Breaking another stone would only confirm what everyone already believed, that I was a waste of Master Calyx's time and resources. But something in me refused to accept that. Refused to believe that the warmth I sometimes felt, that pull toward healing I'd experienced since childhood, was just delusion or wishful thinking. I picked up the stone. It was cool against my palm, smooth and flawless. The magic inside it hummed softly, waiting to be channeled by someone with the gift. I closed my eyes, tried the breathing exercises Master Calyx had taught me. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Find your center. Feel the magic in your blood. Reach for it. Guide it. Nothing. I tried harder, focusing on everything I had. Somewhere inside me, there had to be power. There had to be. The stone grew warm. My eyes snapped open in shock. For just a second, the faintest glow emanated from the crystal, green light flickering like a distant star. My heart raced. This was it. This was finally. The stone exploded. Not cracked. Not fractured. Completely shattered, sending razor-sharp fragments across the practice station. One piece sliced across my palm, drawing blood. I stared at my bleeding hand at the destroyed stone, at the evidence of my spectacular failure. And something inside me finally broke, not like the dramatic shattering of the crystal, but like a slow crack spreading through ice. Quiet. Inevitable. Complete. I was never going to be a healer. Not a real one. The truth of it settled over me like a shroud. I cleaned up the shattered stone with shaking hands, wrapped my cut palm in bandages, and locked up the training hall as instructed. The sun was setting as I stepped outside, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose that seemed to mock the tears I refused to shed. I should have gone back to the apprentice quarters. Should have eaten dinner, should have reviewed my herb studies, should have done any number of responsible, practical things. Instead, I found myself walking toward the northern woods. Not to find the hunting party. They'd be long gone by now, already treating the injured and heading back. I just needed space. Needed air. I needed to be somewhere that didn't echo with the sound of my own inadequacy. The forest welcomed me with the scent of pine and earth, with shadows that lengthened as twilight deepened. I'd always found peace here, in the wild spaces beyond the clan's carefully cultivated gardens. Here, nobody expected anything of me. Here, I could just be. I walked without destination, letting my feet choose the path, while my mind worked through the crushing realization that I'd been avoiding for months. Maybe it was time to accept reality. Maybe I should take Master Calyx's suggestion and find another role. The kitchens, the gardens, the archives, all honorable work, all necessary. All not what I was meant for. Snow began to fall, soft and silent. Unusual for early autumn, but not unheard of in the mountains. I should have turned back, should have returned before full darkness fell. But I kept walking, drawn by something I couldn't name. A pull, a whisper, a feeling that settled in my bones and urged me forward. Just a little further. The smell hit me first.
Blood.
Fresh and sharp, cutting through the clean scent of snow and pine. My healer's instincts overrode everything else. Someone was hurt. Badly hurt. Judging by the amount of blood, I could smell even from a distance.
I ran.
The clearing opened before me like a wound in the forest. And there, collapsed in the center, surrounded by churned snow turned crimson, was the largest wolf I'd ever seen. Not a regular wolf. Even in my shock, I recognized what he was, a shifter, caught in wolf form, his massive body trembling with each labored breath. His fur was dark as midnight, matted with blood that seemed to come from everywhere. Slashes across his ribs, his shoulder, his flank. Deep wounds, deadly wounds, inflicted with precision and intent. Someone had tried to kill him. Had nearly succeeded. His amber eyes found mine across the clearing, and in them I saw something that stopped my breath. Recognition, impossible and undeniable, like his soul knew mine even though we'd never met. Then I saw death approaching in the way his breathing stuttered, the way his eyes began to lose focus. Every lesson I'd learned, every warning I'd received, every bit of common sense I possessed screamed at me to run. Injured shifters were dangerous. Dying shifters were unpredictable. And interfering in shifter business could get a human killed. But I'd spent my entire life being too afraid, too cautious, too aware of my own limitations. Not tonight. Tonight, I chose differently. I dropped to my knees beside him, my hands already reaching for his wounds, my mind cataloging injuries with practiced efficiency even as my heart hammered with fear. "You don't get to die tonight," I whispered, pressing my palms against the worst of the bleeding. "I won't allow it." His wolf form shuddered beneath my touch, and I felt it. That warmth I'd sensed but never accessed, rising from somewhere deep inside me. Not channeled through a stone, not guided by training, but pure and primal and desperate. My hands began to glow. Not the steady green of a healing stone, but something else entirely, silver-white light that seemed to come from my very bones, spreading from my palms into his wounds. The wolf's amber eyes widened in shock that mirrored my own. Because this shouldn't be possible. Because I had no gift. Because magic didn't work this way. And yet my hands burned with power I'd never felt before, with healing energy that poured from me like water from a broken dam, and I knew with absolute certainty that everything was about to change. The wolf made a sound, not quite a growl, not quite a whimper, and in that moment, in that clearing filled with blood and snow and impossible silver light, a bond snapped into place between us. I felt it like a physical thing, a thread connecting my life to his, my heartbeat to his fading pulse, my desperate determination to his will to survive. Save him. Something whispered in the back of my mind. Save him, and everything you've ever wanted becomes possible. Save him, and everything you've ever feared becomes real. I didn't know which was true. I didn't care. My hands pressed deeper, the silver light growing brighter, and I made a choice that would alter the course of my entire life. I chose to heal him, whatever the cost. Chapter 2. Silver Light. The silver light flowing from my hands felt like nothing I'd ever experienced. Not the gentle warmth of properly channeled healing magic, but something wild and ancient that burned through my veins like liquid fire. It hurt. God, it hurts. But I couldn't stop, wouldn't stop, not while his heart still beat beneath my palms. The wolf's wounds began to close. Not the gradual knitting I'd seen Master Calyx perform, but something faster, almost violent in its intensity. Flesh pulling together, blood flow stanching, torn muscle reweaving itself with silvery threads of light that looked like starlight made solid. The wolf's breathing steadied. His amber eyes, which had been glazing over with approaching death, sharpened with renewed awareness. And with something else, confusion, wonder, and a flicker of what might have been fear. I understood that fear. I felt it too. Because this wasn't normal healing magic. This was something other, something that shouldn't exist in a girl who couldn't even channel through a simple crystal. The largest wound across his ribs sealed shut, leaving only a faint silver scar that glimmered in the falling snow. The gashes on his shoulder and flank followed, closing with that same impossible speed until the only evidence of his near-death was the blood soaking his midnight fur and the exhaustion evident in every line of his massive body. And still the power poured from me, as if now that it had finally broken free, it didn't know how to stop. "Please," I gasped, my voice cracking. "Please, I can't." The wolf moved. Despite his exhaustion, despite the trauma his body had just survived, he twisted his head and gently, so gently, pressed his muzzle against my hands. The gesture broke my concentration, and the silver light vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. I collapsed backward into the snow, every muscle trembling, my breathing ragged. The cut on my palm from the shattered healing stone throbbed, and I realized with distant surprise that it had reopened during the healing, my blood mixing with his on my hands. We stared at each other across the small space between us. The wolf's amber eyes held an intelligence that was purely human, and I knew with absolute certainty that he understood exactly what had just happened. That he recognized the impossibility of what I'd done. That he knew I should never have been capable of it. The sound of voices in the distance shattered the moment. "Track leads this way. The blood trail is fresh. He can't have gone far with those wounds. When we find him, make sure he's finished properly this time." The Alpha's orders were clear. My blood turned to ice. They were hunting him. Whoever had inflicted those wounds was coming to finish the job. The wolf's lips pulled back in a silent snarl, his body tensing despite his obvious exhaustion. He tried to stand, but his legs trembled and nearly gave out. The healing had closed his wounds, but it hadn't restored his strength. He was in no condition to fight or run. I should have left then. Should have hidden and let whatever shifter politics played out without my interference. I'd already done more than I should, had revealed an ability I didn't understand and couldn't control. But I looked into those amber eyes and saw the same desperate will to survive that I'd felt in myself standing in that training hall. The same refusal to accept defeat. The same stubborn determination to prove everyone wrong. How could I walk away from that? "Can you shift?" I whispered urgently. The voices were getting closer. "Your human form would be easier to move." The wolf shook his massive head. A clear no. Shifting required energy he didn't have and would likely reopen the wounds despite my healing. I made another impossible choice. Then we hide. I grabbed a handful of his fur, thick and surprisingly soft beneath the blood, and tugged.
Come on.
There's a cave system not far from here. I used to explore them as a child. If you can make it that far. The wolf hesitated for only a moment before pushing himself to his feet with visible effort. His legs shook, but held. I moved to his side, providing what support I could, laughably inadequate given his size, but he seemed to understand the gesture. Together, we stumbled toward the tree line. Behind us, I heard the hunters enter the clearing. The blood trail ends here. That's impossible. He was dying. He couldn't have just... Look at this. The snow is disturbed. And there's something else. Magic residue. Strong magic. What kind? A long pause. When the voice came again, it was filled with suspicion. I don't know. I've never felt anything like it. We needed to move faster. I urged the wolf forward, half supporting, half dragging his massive weight through the snow. Every step left prints, left a trail they could follow, but I couldn't think about that now. We just needed distance. Needed to reach the caves before. There. Movement in the trees. After him. Don't let him escape. The wolf snarled, a sound that rumbled through his entire body and into mine where I pressed against his side. He wanted to turn, to fight despite his condition. I could feel the battle instinct warring with survival. No, I hissed. Fighting gets you killed. Trust me. Those amber eyes locked onto mine, and something passed between us. That same impossible connection I'd felt when the healing began, now deepening, solidifying. He didn't know me, had no reason to trust me, but somehow, impossibly, he did. He let me guide him deeper into the forest. The caves appeared ahead, dark mouths in the rocky hillside half hidden by overgrown brush. I made for the smallest entrance, the one I remembered leading to a network of narrow passages that larger shifters would struggle to navigate. They'd follow, but it would slow them down. We pushed through the entrance, and the temperature dropped immediately. The cave was dark, damp, and barely wide enough for the wolf to squeeze through.
Perfect.
I could hear our pursuers crashing through the underbrush behind us, and hear their shouts growing closer. We needed to go deeper. The passage narrowed further. The wolf struggled to fit his massive frame through gaps that would have been challenging even for a normal wolf. His breathing grew labored again, and I felt panic rising. The healing had saved his life, but it hadn't made him invincible. He was still weak, still hurting, still vulnerable. Just a little further, I urged, my hand on his flank, feeling the rapid beat of his heart. There's a chamber ahead. We can defend it, if we have to. If he had the strength to defend anything, which I doubted. If I had any idea how to fight, which I didn't. But I'd worry about that when. The passage opened into a small chamber, just as I remembered. It was barely larger than a storage closet, with only one entrance and walls that glittered with minerals in what little light filtered in from outside. A dead end that could become a trap. Or a sanctuary. The wolf collapsed immediately, his strength finally giving out. He lay on the cold stone floor, sides heaving, and I could see the silver scars from my healing glowing faintly in the darkness. They shouldn't do that. Healing didn't leave marks that glowed. What had I done to him? Voices echoed down the passage. He went this way. The blood trail continues. These caves are unstable. We should wait for him out. The Alpha said tonight. We don't return until he's dead. I pressed myself against the chamber wall, my heart hammering so hard I was sure they'd hear it. The wolf lay between me and the entrance, his body positioned defensively despite his exhaustion.
Protecting me.
Still trying to protect me. A figure appeared in the entrance, backlit by moonlight filtering through the caves. He was in human form, a tall man with sharp features and cold eyes that surveyed the chamber with predatory calculation. Two more forms crowded behind him, their silhouettes massive and threatening. Well, the man said, his voice smooth and cruel. What do we have here? The prodigal son hiding in a hole, and... His eyes found me in the shadows. A human girl? How interesting. The wolf growled, low and threatening despite his weakness. Down, Tyrion. The man said mockingly. You're in no condition to threaten anyone. You can barely stand. He took a step into the chamber, and I saw the glint of silver in his hand, a blade, coated with something dark. Poison? The alpha was very clear. You challenged his authority. You questioned his decisions. You became a liability.
Tyrion.
So that was his name. The wolf I'd saved, the connection I felt. He had a name. Had an identity. Had a life someone wanted to end. And now you've dragged an innocent into this, the man continued, his eyes on me. Does she know what you are, Tyrion? Does she understand that you're a traitor condemned to death? Or did you trick her into helping you? He didn't trick me, I heard myself say. My voice shook, but I forced myself to step forward, to place myself between the wounded wolf and the hunters. He was dying. I'm a healer. I helped him. The man's eyebrows rose. A healer? How noble. And how foolish. His smile was a cold, terrible thing. You just interfered in pack justice, girl. That makes you complicit. That makes you. He tilted his head, studying me with new interest.
Wait.
You're Thornwood clan, aren't you? I can see the mark on your collar. They'll want to know if their apprentice died interfering in the shifter business. Behind me, Tyrion snarled again, and I felt something through that impossible connection, his rage, his desperation, his absolute refusal to let me be hurt because of him. Let her go, Cade. Tyrion's voice shocked me. I hadn't heard him speak before, hadn't known he could in wolf form. But the words emerged rough and guttural, shaped with visible effort. She's innocent. Your quarrel is with me. Our quarrel was with you, Cade agreed. Past tense. You're already dead. You just don't know it yet.
But now.
He gestured at me with the poison blade. Now we have a witness. A human who saw you get what you deserved. Can't let that story spread, can we? The two figures behind him moved into the chamber, blocking the only exit. I recognized them now. Shifters in partial transformation, caught between human and wolf, with elongated claws and eyes that gleamed gold in the darkness. We were trapped. Tyrion tried to stand, but his legs buckled. The healing had saved him from death, but it hadn't given him the strength to fight. And I had no weapons, no magic I could control, no way to defend either of us against 3 trained killers. Any last words? Cade asked, almost bored. I looked at Tyrion, at this wolf I didn't know but had risked everything to save. At the amber eyes that held intelligence and honor, and a desperate apology for dragging me into this. And I made my third impossible choice of the night. I reached for that power again. It rose easier this time, like it had been waiting just beneath my skin. Silver light blazed from my hands, filling the small chamber with radiance that forced the hunters to shield their eyes. But this time, I wasn't healing. This time, the power felt different, sharper, more defensive, like it understood what I needed. Get back, I said, my voice steady with a confidence I didn't feel. Or I'll show you exactly what kind of healer I am. Cade's eyes widened. Not with fear, but with recognition. That light. That's not Thornwood magic. That's not any clan magic I've seen. His expression shifted to something between greed and terror. What are you, girl? I had no answer for him, because I didn't know. The silver light pulsed brighter, and I felt something building inside me. Power beyond my control, beyond my understanding, rising with a force that terrified me. Last chance, I said. Leave. Now. Cade looked at his companions, then back at me. Whatever he saw in my face made his decision for him. This isn't over, he said, backing toward the entrance. The Alpha will hear about this. About you. And then we'll deal with it. I interrupted. But tonight you leave. They went. Whether from genuine fear or tactical retreat, I didn't know and didn't care. The moment they disappeared down the passage, the silver light vanished and I collapsed beside Tyrion, shaking so violently I could barely breathe. What? I gasped, was that? Tyrion's massive head turned toward me, and in his amber eyes I saw the same question reflected back. What was I? What had I become? And what had I just started that I couldn't possibly finish? The wolf shifted closer, his warmth pressing against my side in the cold cave. Not threatening, comforting. And through that impossible bond, I felt his gratitude, his wonder, and something else I couldn't name. We stayed like that as the night deepened, a broken healer and a condemned wolf, both irrevocably changed by choices we couldn't take back. And somewhere in the distance, I heard howls rising, the sound of a pack calling for blood. Chapter 3. Dawn's Reckoning. I must have fallen asleep at some point, exhaustion finally overwhelming fear and adrenaline. When I woke, pale dawn light filtered through the cave entrance, painting everything in shades of gray and silver. My entire body ached like I'd been trampled, and my hands throbbed with a deep, bone-level pain I'd never experienced before. The wolf, Tyrion, was awake, watching me with those unnervingly intelligent amber eyes. In the morning light, I could see him properly for the first time. His fur was the color of midnight, so dark it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The silver scars from my healing stood out against the black, tracing patterns across his ribs and shoulder that looked almost intentional, like ritual markings. He was massive, easily twice the size of any natural wolf, with a presence that filled the small chamber despite his obvious exhaustion. A shifter. I'd saved a shifter. I'd attacked other shifters to protect him. The reality of what I'd done crashed over me like a frozen wave. "They'll come back," I said quietly. My voice sounded strange in the enclosed space, rough from sleep and fear. "Cade and the others. They'll tell their elf about me, about what I did." Tyrion's ears flicked forward, acknowledging my words. He made a low sound in his throat, not quite a growl, more like an affirmation. "You need to shift," I continued, pushing myself to sit despite every muscle protest. "I need to see if the wounds hold, if the healing is stable." And I hesitated, unsure how to voice what I needed. "And I need to understand what happened."
What I did to you.
"What is this?" I gestured vaguely at the space between us, at the connection I could still feel humming beneath my skin. "What is this?" The wolf studied me for a long moment. Then, with visible effort, he began to shift. I'd never seen a transformation before. Thornwood clan healers sometimes treated shifters, but always in their human forms, always in controlled settings. This was different, raw and primal and somehow beautiful despite the obvious pain it caused him. His body rippled, bones restructuring with sounds that made me wince. Fur receded into skin, muzzle shortening into human features, massive paws becoming hands and feet. The silver scars remained, glowing faintly even in human form. It took maybe 30 seconds, but when it finished, a man knelt where the wolf had been. He was younger than I'd expected, maybe 25, with sharp, aristocratic features and black hair that fell past his shoulders. His body was lean but heavily muscled, marked with numerous scars that told stories of violence survived. The fresh wounds I'd healed stood out among them, silver white against his tan skin. He was also completely naked. Heat flooded my face, and I immediately turned away, fixing my eyes determinately on the cave wall. Sorry, I should have thought about clothes." A rough laugh answered me, surprising in its warmth. "I'm not a modest healer. Shifters rarely are."
But
Fabric rustled. "There's a cloak stored here. Emergency supply from years ago. It'll do." I waited until I heard him move before turning back. He'd wrapped the cloak around his waist, leaving his scarred torso bare. Standing, he was tall, easily over 6 feet, and moved with a predator's grace despite his recent brush with death. "Thank you," he said, and his voice was different than I remembered from last night. Deeper, clearer, with an educated accent that surprised me. "For your healing.
for defending me.
He gestured at the cave around us. "All of it. You risked your life for a stranger." "You were dying," I said simply. "I'm a healer. What else was I supposed to do? Walk away?" His amber eyes held mine. That's what most would have done. What any sensible person would have done. Especially once you realized what I was. I thought about that. About the choice I'd made in the clearing, the power that had risen in me, the way everything I'd believed about myself had shattered in a single moment of desperate determination. I'm not very good at being sensible, I admitted. That earned another rough laugh. I noticed. He moved closer, and I fought the urge to step back. There was something magnetic about him, something that pulled at me the same way the healing had. May I see your hands? I'd forgotten about my injured palm. I held them out, and he took them carefully, turning them to examine the cut from the shattered healing stone. It had reopened during the healing last night, and now looked angry and inflamed. This needs treatment, he said, frowning. You spent so much energy healing me that you neglected yourself. I don't know how to heal myself, I admitted. I couldn't even channel properly before last night. I failed every test, broke every healing stone I touched. I was about to be reassigned to the kitchens. His eyebrows rose. And yet you healed wounds that should have been fatal. With magic I've never seen before. His thumb brushed across my palm, and I felt that connection spark between us again. What are you, Mireya of Thornwood clan? I stared at him. How do you know my name? Your color. He gestured at the leather cord around my neck, marked with the healing apprentice's symbol. It's inscribed on the back. Common practice among your clan. He paused. I'm Tyrion Silvercrest, third son of the Silvercrest Pack Alpha.
Or I was before last night.
The name meant something. I'd heard of the Silvercrest Pack, one of the most powerful in the mountain territories, known for their wealth and their fierce protection of their borders. What happened? Why were they trying to kill you? Tyrion's expression darkened. I challenged my father's decision to execute a pack member for a minor offense. A young male who'd crossed into human territory while hunting, stupid, but not worthy of death. My father disagreed. When I pressed the issue, he declared me insubordinate and sentenced me to trial by combat.
His jaw tightened.
I lost.
Badly.
My brothers were supposed to finish it quickly, but Cade. He touched the silver scar on his ribs. Cade has always enjoyed making things hurt. Your own brothers tried to kill you? The horror in my voice was undisguised. Half-brothers, he corrected, though his tone suggested it was a distinction without difference. My mother was my father's second mate. She died when I was young, and my father's first mate never forgave him for taking another. Her sons inherited her resentment. He released my hands, stepped back. Pack politics are brutal, Mireya. And I was foolish enough to think honor mattered more than power. I heard the pain beneath his words, the betrayal that went deeper than any physical wound.
So, what now?
If you go back, they'll kill you. If I go back, he agreed. But I can't stay here either. This territory belongs to the Thornwood clan, and they won't harbor a fugitive shifter. He met my eyes. You need to return to your people before you're missed. Tell them you went for a walk, got lost in the woods. Say nothing about me or what happened. They'll ask about the magic, I said. Someone must have felt it. Power like that doesn't go unnoticed. Then lie.
His voice was firm.
Tell them you don't know what they're talking about. Stick to that story no matter what. Because if they learn what you can do, what you did for me. He moved closer again, urgent now. They'll dissect you trying to understand it. Will you promise me that? Promise you'll protect yourself. The irony wasn't lost on me. The condemned man I'd saved now trying to protect me. I'm not good at lying either. Then learn. His hands found my shoulders, warm and steady. Please. You gave me my life back. Let me give you this. The chance to return to yours. I wanted to argue. I wanted to tell him that I couldn't just walk away, couldn't pretend this hadn't happened, couldn't ignore the connection that still hummed between us like a living thing. But he was right. I had to go back. I had to face whatever consequences awaited me. I had to figure out what I'd become in that clearing, and whether I could ever be the same girl who'd broken healing stones and disappointed her teachers. What about you? I asked. Where will you go? Away from here. Far enough that my father's reach can't find me. He smiled, and it was sad and bitter, and somehow beautiful. Don't worry about me, little healer. I've survived this long. I'll manage. Something in my chest twisted at the thought of him leaving, of this connection being severed before I could understand what it meant. But I nodded, accepting what had to be. Wait. I pulled the emergency supply pouch from my belt, standard issue for all Thornwood healers. Inside were basic medicines, bandages, and a small jar of healing salve.
Take this.
The wounds should hold, but if they reopen... I handed him the pouch. And avoid shifting if you can. Your body needs time to fully recover. Tyrion took the pouch, but his eyes never left mine. You have a healer's heart. That's rarer than magic, you know. I didn't know what to say to that. He pulled me into an embrace, sudden and fierce, and completely unexpected. I felt the warmth of his skin, the steady beat of his heart, and through our connection, a surge of gratitude and regret so intense it made my throat tighten. Thank you, he whispered against my hair, for seeing me as more than a dying animal, for risking everything when you had no reason to. I won't forget. Then he released me, and the sudden absence of his touch felt like losing something vital. Go, he said gently, before it's too late to maintain your story. I went, left the cave with my heart hammering and my hands shaking, stepped out into the morning light that seemed too bright, too normal for everything that had changed. The walk back to Thornwood Clan's healing hall felt like moving through a dream. The forest was waking around me, birds singing, frost melting in the strengthening sunlight, everything exactly as it should be. As if last night had never happened. As if I hadn't discovered impossible power and saved a condemned shifter and felt a connection that defied everything I understood about the world. I was almost back to the clan grounds when I heard voices ahead. Been searching all night. She's not in her quarters, not in the training hall, not anywhere. Master Calyx is furious. I think something might have happened to her. Or she ran away. You know how she's been lately, with the broken stones and the disappointments. Maybe she just gave up. I stepped into view, and the two apprentices, Sorrel and Thressa, stopped mid-conversation, their eyes widening. Mireya. Sorrel rushed forward. Where have you been? Everyone's been looking for you. I opened my mouth, but before I could speak, Thressa cut in. You look awful. What happened to your hands? She grabbed my wrist, examining the inflamed cut on my palm. This needs treatment immediately. I went for a walk, I said, trying to keep my voice steady as I'd practiced in my head during the journey back. In the northern woods. I got lost and had to wait until morning to find my way back. All night. Sorrel's eyebrows rose. Alone? Mireya, that's incredibly dangerous. There are shifters in those woods, predators. I was careful, I interrupted. And I'm fine. Just tired. Thressa's eyes narrowed. Master Calyx is going to want to speak with you. Immediately. Of course she was. I'd expected nothing less. They escorted me, practically dragged me, to the healing hall, where Master Calyx waited in her office. The moment I entered, her gray eyes locked onto me with an intensity that made me want to shrink back. Sit, she commanded. I sat. She studied me in silence for a long moment, and I fought to keep my expression neutral, to give nothing away. But Master Calyx had been reading people for 60 years. She saw things others missed. You were in the northern woods all night, she said. Not a question. Yes, Master. I got lost. I'm sorry for causing worry. Lost. She leaned forward. You, who have explored those woods since childhood. Who knows every path and landmark. You got lost. I said nothing. Lying felt wrong, but telling the truth felt impossible. Something happened last night, Master Calyx continued. Something that sent ripples through every ward and protection spell around our territory. Magic unlike anything I've felt in 40 years of healing work. Her eyes bored into mine. Are you going to tell me you know nothing about that? My heart was hammered. I don't know what you're talking about, Master. Don't you? She stood, moved to the window overlooking the training yard. Strange things have been happening with you, Mireya. Healing stones that don't just fail, but explode. Magic that refuses to channel properly. And now this, a surge of power in the exact region where you claim to have been lost. She turned back to me. I'm going to ask you one more time. What happened in those woods? I met her eyes, and something in me hardened. She wanted the truth? She wanted to understand? Then she'd have to trust me first. I have to believe I was more than a failed apprentice. I don't know, I said clearly. I felt something in the woods, something strange. But I don't understand it. And I'm sorry, but that's the truth. It wasn't a lie. Not exactly. I didn't understand what had happened, what I'd become, what the silver light meant. Master Calyx studied me for a long moment. Then she sighed, the sound heavy with disappointment. Very well, but you're confined to the healing hall for the next week. No walks, no wandering, no excursions. You'll work under direct supervision until I'm satisfied you're not a danger to yourself or others.
Confined.
Supervised. Controlled. Exactly what I'd feared. Yes, Master, I said quietly. She dismissed me with a wave, and I left her office feeling the weight of unspoken truths pressing down on me. In the hallway, I leaned against the wall and closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. What had I done? I'd saved a life, yes. But I'd also awakened something in myself that I couldn't control. Had created a connection I didn't understand. Had made enemies of shifters who wouldn't forget or forgive. And somewhere out there, Tyrion was running. Alone. Wounded. With my medical supplies and my desperate hope that he'd survive. The connection between us hummed softly, and I realized with shock that I could feel him. Not clearly, not with details, but I knew he was alive. Knew he was moving. I knew the distance between us was growing. I pressed my hand against my chest, feeling my heart beat in rhythm with something that wasn't quite mine. What had I become? What had we become? And how long could I keep this secret before it destroyed everything I'd ever known? The silver scars on my palms began to glow faintly, and I quickly hid my hands in my sleeves, looking around to make sure no one had noticed. Too late, I realized. The answer to my question wasn't, how long could I keep this secret? It was, how long before the secret reveals itself? And judging by the way my magic stirred beneath my skin, responding to emotions I couldn't control, the answer was, not long enough. Chapter 4. The Claiming Mark. 3 days of confinement felt like 3 years. Master Calyx kept me under constant supervision, assigning me to the most menial tasks in the healing hall, washing bandages, grinding herbs, organizing supplies that had already been organized twice over. Busy work designed to keep me visible and contained. But it was the nights that were hardest. Alone in my small apprentice quarters, I could feel Tyrion through our connection. It had grown stronger rather than fading with distance, which terrified me. I felt his exhaustion as he traveled, felt spikes of pain when he pushed himself too hard, and felt his determination to put as much distance between himself and the Silvercrest territory as possible. And sometimes, in the darkest hours before dawn, I felt something else, his thoughts turning toward me, a pull that matched the one I felt toward him. What has my healing done to us? I spent those sleepless nights examining my hands by candlelight. The cut on my palm had healed, but it left a scar unlike any I'd seen before, a thin silver line that seemed to pulse with its own internal light. When I concentrated on it, I could feel power stirring beneath my skin, that same wild magic that had saved Tyrion's life. I tried to call it forth deliberately, to understand it, to control it. Nothing happened. The magic only came when I needed it desperately, when emotion overwhelmed reason. I couldn't access it through will alone, couldn't channel it the way Master Calyx had taught. It was as if the power had its own consciousness, its own rules that I hadn't yet learned. On the 4th morning of my confinement, everything changed. I was in the herb preparation room, grinding willow bark for fever remedies, when Ivania burst through the door. Her face was flushed, her eyes wide with barely contained excitement. "You have to come," she said breathlessly. "Right now. Master Calyx is meeting with someone from the Silvercrest pack." My blood turned to ice. What? They arrived an hour ago. 3 of them, all in formal delegation garb. They're asking about, she lowered her voice to a whisper, about the magic surge from 4 nights ago, about whether any of our healers were in the northern woods. My hands went numb. The mortar I'd been holding slipped from my fingers and shattered on the floor, scattering willow bark and ceramic fragments across the stone. Mireya? Ivania's hand found my shoulder. Are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost. I force myself to breathe. I'm fine. Just clumsy. I knelt to gather the broken pieces, using the action to hide my shaking hands. Why would the Silvercrest pack care about our healing magic? That's what everyone's wondering. Ivania crouched beside me, helping collect the fragments. But there's more. They're not just asking questions. They're demanding access to all our apprentices. Want to see us, examine us, determine if any of us were responsible for what they're calling unauthorized magical interference. My heart hammered so hard I was sure she could hear it. That's unprecedented. Master Calyx would never allow. She doesn't have a choice. Ivania's voice dropped even lower. They invoked the Treaty of Shared Territories. Any magical activity that crosses pack boundaries can be investigated by the affected pack. And apparently, whatever happened in those woods. She met my eyes. Whatever happened was powerful enough to be felt all the way to Silvercrest lands.
Goddess help me.
Ivania. I grabbed her wrist, desperate. If they ask about me, if they mention my name, they already have. Her expression turned serious. Mireya, they specifically asked about you. About your whereabouts that night. About your magical capabilities. Master Calyx said you were confined to quarters, that you have barely any channeling ability. But they insisted on seeing you anyway. The room spun. Cade told them. Had reported back to the Silvercrest Alpha about the human healer with the silver light, about the girl who'd interfered with their execution. I was exposed. Come on. Ivania pulled me to my feet. Master Calyx sent me to fetch you. They're waiting in the formal meeting hall. The walk through the healing hall felt like a march to execution. Every step brought me closer to confrontation I wasn't prepared for, to questions I couldn't answer, without revealing everything. The formal meeting hall was the most impressive room in our complex. High ceilings, windows that let in streams of colored light through stained glass, and a long table where Master Calyx sat across from 3 shifters. I recognized one of them immediately. Cade stood by the window, his sharp features set in an expression of barely concealed satisfaction. He looked different in formal clothing, but those cold eyes were unmistakable. The same eyes that had watched me, with murderous intent in that cave. The other 2 shifters were older. A woman with silver-streaked hair and the commanding presence of someone used to being obeyed, and a man whose resemblance to Tyrion was so striking it stole my breath. Same dark hair. Same aristocratic features, same amber eyes. But where Tyrion's eyes held warmth and intelligence, this man's cold calculation. One of the brothers who'd tried to kill him.
Ah, Mireya.
Master Calyx's voice was carefully neutral. Thank you for joining us. These representatives from Silvercrest Pack have some questions for you. I forced myself to walk forward, to meet their gazes without flinching. The silver-haired woman studied me with interest, the brother with suspicion, and Cade with something that looked like anticipation. I am Mireya Silvercrest, the woman said. Her voice was cultured, precise. Second to the Alpha, head of magical oversight for our territory. This is Ronan Silvercrest, the Alpha's eldest son, and Cade's Silvercrest pack enforcer. Brothers. They were all related to Tyrion. All part of the family that had condemned him. 4 nights ago, Mireya continued, our wards detected a massive magical surge originating from the northern boundary of your territory. Magic unlike anything in our records, wild, primal, and powerful enough to shake the foundations of our protective spells. Her eyes locked onto mine. Were you in the northern woods that night, Mireya of Thornwood clan? The question hung in the air. Everyone watched me, waiting for my answer. I could lie. Should lie, as Tyrion had told me to. But something in Mireya's eyes told me she already knew the truth. That this was a test to see if I'd compound my offense with dishonesty. Yes, I said quietly. I was there. Master Calyx's sharp intake of breath was the only sound. Interesting. Mireya leaned forward. And what were you doing in those woods?
Walking.
I often walk there to think. At night, alone. Ronan's voice was harsh, accusatory. In territory you know is bordered by packlands? I'm familiar with the woods, I said, keeping my voice steady. I didn't realize I'd crossed any boundaries. But you did cross boundaries, Cade interjected, pushing off from the window. Both territorial and legal. You encountered pack members engaged in official business and you interfered. Master Calyx stood abruptly. What is he talking about? Mireya, what did you do? I said nothing. Couldn't speak past the fear closing my throat. Cade smiled, cold and cruel. Shall I tell them? Or would you prefer to explain how you attacked 3 Silvercrest enforcers with magic that shouldn't exist? The room erupted. Attacked. Master Calyx's voice rose in disbelief. Mireya doesn't have the power to attack anyone. She can barely light a healing stone. And yet she wielded magic powerful enough to drive back trained warriors, Mireya said calmly. Magic that left residue. We're still trying to identify. Magic that, according to witnesses, manifested as silver light. Her gaze intensified. Would you care to explain that, young healer? I had no explanation. No words that could make this better. She was protecting a traitor. Ronan stood, his presence dominating the room. My brother Tyrion was sentenced to death for insubordination and assault on pack authority. He was being executed according to our laws when this girl interfered. Healed him. Helped him escape. The silence that followed was deafening. Master Calyx sank back into her chair, her face pale. Mireya, tell me this isn't true. I met her eyes, saw the betrayal there, the crushing disappointment. He was dying. I'm a healer. I couldn't just. He was a criminal receiving justice. Ronan's fist slammed onto the table. And you, a human with no authority, no understanding of our laws, decided to play savior. Do you have any idea what you've done? I saved a life, I said, finding my voice finally, finding the conviction that had driven me that night. That's what healers do. That's what fools do, Cade said. And now you'll pay for that foolishness. Enough. Zoraya's command silenced everyone. She stood, moved around the table until she was directly in front of me. Up close, I could see the intelligence in her eyes, the calculation. Show me your hands, girl. I didn't want to. Knew what she'd see, what it would reveal. But I had no choice. I held out my hands, palms up. The silver scars glowed faintly in the colored light from the windows. Zoraya's breath caught. She grabbed my wrists, turned my hands to examine them from every angle. Impossible, she whispered. These marks, I've only seen them in the oldest texts, in records from before the Purge. What marks? Master Calyx demanded. What are you talking about? Zoraya released my hands, but didn't step back. These are claiming marks, created when a shifter's life force becomes entangled with another's magic. They indicate a bond so deep that severing it would kill both parties. Her eyes found mine, and in them I saw something that might have been pity. You didn't just heal him, child. You bound yourself to him. Make yourself part of his pack, his life, his very existence. The room tilted. That's not possible. I don't know how. It doesn't matter if you knew, Ronan said, his voice filled with disgust. The bond exists, which means you're connected to a traitor, which makes you complicit in his crimes. She's human, Master Calyx protested, finding her voice. Whatever bond may or may not exist, she's under Thornwood protection. You have no authority over her. Don't we? Zoraya turned to face Master Calyx. The Treaty of Shared Territories is very clear. Any human who becomes bonded to a shifter falls under pact jurisdiction. It's designed to protect both species from unwilling bonds, from force claims. Her expression hardened. This girl created a bond with a condemned criminal. That makes her pack business now. No. The word burst from me. I didn't create anything. I just healed him. There was no claiming, no bonding ritual, nothing deliberate. Magic doesn't care about intention, Zoraya said quietly. Only about the truth. And the truth is written in your flesh, child. You carry Tyrion's mark now, which means you're his. Through our connection, I felt Tyrion suddenly, a surge of alarm, of fear not for himself, but for me. He'd felt this conversation somehow, felt the danger I was in. And he was coming back. No, I whispered, knowing it was futile, knowing he wouldn't listen. Don't. Cade's eyes narrowed. Who are you talking to? I clamped my mouth shut, but it was too late. She's communicating with him, Ronan said with certainty. Through the bond. He knows we're here, knows we've found her. Then he'll come for her, Cade said, satisfaction coloring his voice. The fool will come rushing back to save his claimed mate, and we'll finish what we started. She's not his mate, Master Calix insisted, but her voice lacked conviction. She's an apprentice healer who made a mistake. She's a liability, Ronan interrupted. To your clan and to ours. The question is what we do about it. Mireya was still studying me, her expression thoughtful. There is precedent for this situation. In the old laws, before the purge, when bonds were more common between species. She paused. The bonded human would be brought into the pack, taught their ways, given the opportunity to prove the bond was genuine and worthy of protection. You're suggesting we take her? Ronan looked horrified. Father would never allow. Your father, Mireya said coldly, gave orders to execute his own son without trial, without mercy. I think his judgment on matters of bond law might be compromised. She turned back to me. You have two choices, Mireya of Thornwood. Come with us willingly, learn our ways, submit to examination of this bond. Or refuse, break the treaty, and force us to take more aggressive measures to retrieve what belongs to our pack. She doesn't belong to your pack, Master Calix said desperately. She's barely more than a child. She's old enough to create life bonds with condemned criminals, Cade said. Old enough to wield power that terrifies trained warriors. Old enough to face the consequences of her choices. I looked at Master Calix, at the teacher who'd tried so hard to help me despite my failures. At the healing hall that had been my home, my purpose, my entire world. Then I looked at the silver scars on my palms, at the physical proof of a connection I didn't understand but couldn't deny. Tyrion was still coming. I could feel him getting closer, feel his desperate determination to reach me even though it meant walking into a trap. If I went with them willingly, maybe I could stop him. Maybe I could find a way to protect him even as they tried to use me against him. And maybe, just maybe, I could finally understand what had happened between us in that clearing. What the silver light meant. What I'd become. I'll go, I said quietly. Mireya, no. Master Calix reached for me. I'll go, I repeated, stronger this time. But I have conditions. You don't harm anyone from Thornwood clan. You leave them out of this entirely. And I met Mireya's eyes. If Tyrion comes for me, you let me speak to him before you do anything. You give us a chance to understand this bond before you make decisions about it. Mireya considered this. Agreed. You'll have your chance to speak with him. What happens after that depends on what we learn. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. Master Calix pulled me into an embrace, her voice breaking. I failed you. I should have protected you better, should have taught you. You taught me everything important, I said, my own voice thick with tears. You taught me to value life above politics, to see people as more than their circumstances, to fight for what's right even when it's terrifying. I pulled back, met her eyes. I'm going to need that now. She pressed something into my hand, a small leather pouch. Your grandmother's journal. The one she left you. I've been holding it until you are ready. Her voice dropped to a whisper. There are things in there about old magic, about bonds that predate our current understanding. It might help. I clutched the pouch, feeling the weight of knowledge and legacy passing between us. Come, Mireya said. We've wasted enough time. The longer we delay, the more likely Tyrion is to do something foolish. I followed them out of the healing hall, away from everything I'd known, toward a future I couldn't predict. Behind me, I heard Master Calix whisper, May the goddess protect you, child. And may you find the strength to survive what comes next. As we left Thornwood territory, as I felt the familiar wards fading behind me, the connection to Tyrion flared with intensity.
He was close now.
Too close. Don't, I thought desperately, hoping somehow the bond would carry my message. Please don't come for me. It's a trap. They're waiting for you. But through the connection, I felt only his fierce determination, his absolute refusal to let me face this alone. He was coming. And when he arrived, everything would either finally make sense or fall completely apart. I touched the silver scars on my palms and prayed for the former. But be prepared for the latter. Chapter 5. Into the Wolf's Den. The Silvercrest territory was nothing like I'd imagined. I'd expected something brutal and primitive, caves and crude shelters befitting the predators who inhabited it. Instead, we approached a compound that looked more like a small city carved into the mountainside. Stone buildings with elaborate architecture rose in tiers, connected by bridges and walkways that seemed to defy gravity. Waterfalls cascaded down the cliff faces, their mist catching the afternoon light and creating rainbows that danced across everything. It was beautiful.
Hauntingly so.
Welcome to Silvercrest Hold, Mireya said, watching my reaction with what might have been amusement. Not what you expected? I didn't know what to expect, I admitted. We traveled in silence for most of the journey, my hands bound with silver-threaded rope that burned against my wrists. Not enough to cause real damage, but enough to remind me constantly that I was a prisoner, not a guest. Cade and Ronan had maintained their distance, speaking in low voices that I wasn't meant to overhear, while Mireya had walked beside me with an air of patient watchfulness. Now, as we entered the main compound, I felt hundreds of eyes turn toward us. Shifters in various forms, some human, some wolf, some caught in between, stopped their activities to stare. Word traveled fast through the gathered crowd, whispers rising like wind through leaves. The human who saved Tyrion. The one with the silver light. She doesn't look like much. Claiming marks. I can see them from here. I kept my head up despite the scrutiny, despite the fear crawling up my spine. Master Calix's words echoed in my mind. You fight for what's right even when it's terrifying. This was definitely terrifying. We climbed a wide staircase toward the largest building, a structure that dominated the compound like a crown. Guards flanked the entrance, their expressions neutral, but their postures alert. They nodded to Mireya, eyed me with suspicion, and let us pass without challenge. Inside was even more impressive. The entrance hall soared 3 stories high, with windows that flooded the space with natural light. Tapestries depicting wolf hunts and battles covered the walls, and a massive chandelier made of antlers hung from the ceiling, holding what must have been 100 candles. The Alpha is waiting, Ronan said, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. We should present her immediately. Let her catch her breath first, Mireya countered. She's not a trophy to be paraded. She's exactly that, Cade muttered, but Mireya silenced him with a look. We were led down a corridor lined with portraits, generations of Silvercrest leaders staring down with painted eyes that seemed to track my movement. I searched their faces for any resemblance to Tyrion, finding it in the sharp cheekbones, the intense gazes, the proud bearing that seemed to run in the bloodline. At the end of the corridor, massive doors stood open to reveal what could only be the Alpha's throne room. It was designed to intimidate. The ceiling disappeared into shadows overhead. The walls were bare stone that amplified every sound, and at the far end, elevated on a dais, sat a throne carved from a single piece of black rock. On that throne sat a man who radiated power like others radiated heat. Alpha Valor Silvercrest. He was older than I'd expected, perhaps 60, with iron-gray hair and a face lined by decades of command. But age hadn't diminished him. If anything, it had honed him into something more dangerous, more focused. His amber eyes, Tyrion's eyes, fixed on me with an intensity that made me want to shrink back. I couldn't afford to show weakness now. So this is the human who defied pack justice, Valor said, his voice deep and resonant. Come closer, girl. Let me see what was worth my son's treason. I was pushed forward, not gently, until I stood at the base of the dais. From this angle, the alpha loomed above me, deliberately positioned to emphasize the power imbalance. "Your name," he commanded. "Mireya," I said, keeping my voice steady. "Mireya of Thornwood clan. Mireya." He tasted the name like it was something foreign. "Do you know what you've done, Mireya of Thornwood? What chaos have you unleashed with your misguided mercy?" "I saved a life," I said. "That's what healers do." "You saved a criminal. A traitor who assaulted his alpha's authority." Valor leaned forward. "Tarion was given a lawful sentence for lawful crimes. By interfering, you've made yourself complicit in his treason." "I don't recognize your laws," I said, the words coming before I could stop them. "I'm human. I follow human laws, human morality. And no law I know condemns saving a dying person." The throne room went utterly silent. Ronan made a sound of outrage. "You dare." Silence. Valor raised one hand, his eyes never leaving mine. "The girl has courage. Foolish courage, but courage nonetheless." He stood, descended the dais steps with measured grace. Up close, he was even more imposing, tall, broad-shouldered, with scars that spoke of countless battles survived. "Show me your hands." I held them out, watching his expression as he saw the silver scars on my palms. Something flickered across his face, surprise, perhaps, or recognition. "Claiming marks," he said quietly. "I haven't seen those in 40 years. Not since." He trailed off, his gaze growing distant. Then he refocused on me with renewed intensity. "Do you understand what these mean?" Zariah said they indicate a bond. That I'm connected to Tarion now. More than connected. Valor released my hands, stepped back. A claiming bond is the deepest magic our kind knows. It links life forces, intertwines destinies. What one feels, the other senses. If one dies. He met my eyes. The other follows shortly after. The grief alone is enough to kill. My stomach dropped. That's not possible. I didn't create anything like that. I just healed him. Magic creates what it will, regardless of your intentions. Valor returned to his throne, sat with the weight of someone bearing an impossible burden. The question is why? Claiming bonds don't form randomly. They require compatibility at the deepest level. Souls that recognize each other, that choose each other even when the conscious mind doesn't understand. He studied me with those amber eyes that were so like Tarion's, but so much colder. "Tell me everything. How you found him, what you did, what you felt during the healing. Leave nothing out." So I told him. About finding Tarion bleeding in the clearing, about the silver light that had risen from somewhere I couldn't name, about the way the wounds had closed with impossible speed. About Cade and the others arriving, about defending Tarion when I'd never defended anything in my life. I left out only one thing, my communication with Tarion through the bond. Some secrets were worth keeping. When I finished, Valor sat in silence for a long moment. The assembled shifters, at least 24 had gathered during my story, watched and waited for their alpha's judgment. "Zariah," Valor finally said, "your assessment?" The silver-haired woman stepped forward. "The magic she describes matches records from the old texts. Before the purge, before we lost so much knowledge, there were healers who could work miracles. They called it soul magic, healing powered not by channeled energy, but by life force itself. By will and desperation and love." "Love," I protested. "I don't love him. I don't even know him. Not romantic love," Zariah clarified. "Love of life itself. The absolute refusal to let death claim someone when you have the power to prevent it. That kind of love, selfless, fierce, unconditional, that's what creates claiming bonds." She looked at Valor. "The girl has a gift we thought extinct, and Tarion's life force responded to it, recognizing her as worthy. As his. A human," Ronan said with disgust. "My brother bonded with a human. Half of you is human," a new voice said from the entrance. Everyone turned. A woman entered the throne room, tall, elegant, with dark hair streaked with silver and eyes that held both warmth and steel. She moved with a confidence that suggested rank, and the way the assembled shifters stepped aside confirmed it. "Lenara," Valor said, his voice softening slightly. "I didn't expect you back until next week." I felt a disturbance in the pack bonds. Her eyes found me, assessed me in a single glance. Strong enough to pull me home early. And now I see why. She approached me directly, ignoring protocol and hierarchy. "Let me see." She took my hands before I could protest, examining the silver scars with gentle fingers. Her touch was warm, almost comforting, so different from the cold inspection I'd received from others. "Genuine claiming marks," she murmured. "Powerful ones. The bond is already strong. Look how the scars glow when I touch them." She met my eyes, and in hers I saw something I hadn't expected. Understanding. "You're terrified. Of the bond, of this place, of what might happen to him." I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. "Good." Lenara smiled slightly. "Terror means you understand the stakes. But terror also means you'll fight to survive, and fighting is what you'll need to do here." She released my hands, turned to face Valor. "Husband, this girl is packed now whether you like it or not. The claiming bond makes it law. You can't execute her without killing Tyrion, and you can't exile her without severing a bond that would destroy them both." "Husband." This was Valor's mate, the pack's Luna. "She aided a criminal," Valor said, but his voice lacked the harsh edge from before. "How do I answer that without appearing weak?" "By being strong enough to see beyond your own pride." Lenara's voice was gentle but firm. "Tyrion challenged you because he thought you were wrong. Maybe he was disrespectful. Maybe he overstepped. But was he wrong? Was the punishment you ordered truly just?" The throne room held its collective breath. Valor's jaw tightened. The male who crossed into human territory endangered our treaty. His carelessness could have started a war. "He was 19 years old," Lenara countered. "Barely grown, inexperienced, and the crossing was 50 feet over a boundary line that shifts with the seasons. You would have killed him for that." "I would have sent a message," Valor said, "that our laws matter. Those consequences exist for those who break them. And instead you sent a different message, that mercy is weakness, that challenging your judgment is treason, that your sons must choose between their conscience and their loyalty." Lenara moved to stand beside his throne. "Tyrion is your son, Valor. Your blood. And you ordered him executed without even hearing his full argument." He raised his hand to me. Valor said quietly, and for the first time I heard pain beneath the authority. "Challenged my authority in front of the entire pack. I couldn't let that stand." "So, instead you'll lose him entirely?" Lenara's hand found his shoulder. "Because that's what happens if you continue this path. You'll drive him away, and this girl with him, and the pack will be weaker for it." I watched this exchange with growing understanding. This wasn't just about me or Tyrion. This was about a father who'd made a decision he regretted, who'd let pride override judgment, and who now had to find a way to walk back from that edge without appearing weak to his pack. Politics. Pack politics that I was caught in the middle of. Through the bond, I felt Tyrion growing closer. He was almost here now, approaching the territory with reckless determination despite knowing it was likely a trap. "He's coming," I said before I could stop myself.
"Tyrion."
"He's almost here." Every eye in the room turned to me. "How do you know that?" Ronan demanded. "The bond," Mireya said, understanding Dawn. "She can sense him through it." Valor stood abruptly. "How close?" I closed my eyes, focused on the connection. "Close. Maybe an hour. He's trying to approach without being detected, but..." I met the Alpha's gaze. "He's hurt. The journey was hard on him. He's not at full strength." "Good," Cade said. "Makes it easier to finish what we started."
"No."
The word came from Lenara, sharp and commanding. "There will be no ambush. No violence. When Tyrion arrives, he'll be granted safe passage to speak his case before the Alpha and Pack." She looked at her mate. "That's the law, Valor. Even condemned criminals have the right to speak before final judgment." Valor's expression was unreadable. "And what makes you think he'll speak rather than fight?" "Because she'll be here." Lenara gestured to me. his claimed mate. The bond won't let him risk her safety by starting a battle. He'll come peacefully if he knows she's unharmed.
It was a test.
They were going to use me as leverage, as bait, as the thing that kept Tyrion compliant. I should have hated it. Should have refused. But if it kept him alive long enough to talk, to explain, to find some solution to this impossible situation, I'll do it, I said. I'll convince him to speak instead of fight. But I need your word, all of you, that he'll be heard fairly. That this won't be an execution disguised as justice. Valar studied me for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. You have my word. Tyrion will speak. We will listen. And then, he paused. Then we'll decide what justice truly requires. It wasn't much, but it was more than I dared hope for. Take her to the guest quarters, Lenara instructed. Clean clothes, food, water. She's packed now, whether temporarily or permanently. We treat our own with respect. As I was led away, this time without bound hands, I caught Lenara's eye. She nodded once, a gesture of solidarity that I didn't fully understand but desperately needed. The guest quarters were surprisingly comfortable, a small room with a bed, a wash basin, and a window that overlooked the compound. As soon as I was alone, I moved to that window and stared out at the mountains beyond. Somewhere out there, Tyrion was coming. Coming to save me even though it might mean his death. Coming because the bond wouldn't let him do anything else. I pressed my scarred palm against the glass and whispered, I'm all right. I'm safe. Please, please be careful. Through the connection, I felt his response, a wave of relief so intense it made my knees weak, followed by determination that burned like fire. He was coming, and when he arrived, everything would either be resolved or destroyed. I had no idea which, but as I sat on the edge of the bed and opened my grandmother's journal with shaking hands, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. I would fight for him the way he was fighting for me, whatever that took, whatever it cost. The bond demanded nothing less. And somehow, impossibly, my heart agreed. Chapter 6. The Traitor's Return. My grandmother's journal was filled with cramped handwriting that danced across yellowed pages, some entries clear and precise, others scattered and frantic, as if written during moments of desperate inspiration. I'd only managed to read a few pages before exhaustion claimed me, pulling me into a fitful sleep filled with dreams of silver light and amber eyes. I woke to shouting. The sun had set while I slept, and now torches lit the compound below my window. I rushed to the glass and saw what had caused the commotion. A massive black wolf stood at the main gates, surrounded by at least a dozen shifters in defensive positions.
Tyrion.
He'd arrived. My heart hammered as I watched him shift to human form, a transformation that looked painful even from this distance. Someone threw him a cloak, which he wrapped around himself with movements that were too careful, too controlled. He was hurting worse than he wanted to show. Through our bond, I felt his exhaustion, his pain, and underneath it all, his fierce determination to reach me. I'm here. I tried to send through the connection, not knowing if it would work. I'm safe. Don't do anything foolish. His head snapped up, eyes scanning the buildings as if he could pinpoint my location. Then I felt his response. Not words exactly, but emotions so strong it left no room for interpretation. Relief. Gratitude. Love. That last one terrified me more than anything else that had happened. The door to my quarters burst open, and Mireya stood in the doorway. He's asking for you. The Alpha has agreed to a private meeting before the pack assembly. You, Tyrion, Valar, and myself as witness. Come. I didn't bother with shoes and didn't waste time with questions. I ran. The corridors blurred past as Mireya led me deeper into the complex, downstairs I hadn't noticed before, into what appeared to be a private wing reserved for the Alpha's family. We stopped outside a heavy wooden door, and I could hear voices within, tense, angry, barely controlled. No right to bring her here. She's innocent in all of this. She stopped being innocent the moment she interfered with justice. She saved my life. She bound herself to a traitor. Mireya pushed open the door, and the argument ceased instantly. The room was smaller than I'd expected, some kind of private study with books lining the walls and a fireplace crackling with warmth that did nothing to ease the cold tension in the air. Valor stood by the fire, his expression carved from stone. Lenara sat in a high-backed chair, watching everything with those knowing eyes. And there, standing in the center of the room with the careful posture of someone trying not to show pain, was Tyrion. Our eyes met across the space, and the bond between us sang with recognition. He looked worse than I'd feared, thinner, with dark circles under his eyes and a pallor to his skin that spoke of fever and infection. The silver scars I'd left on him were visible at his collar, glowing faintly in the firelight. I moved before thinking, crossing to him with my healer's instincts overriding everything else. You're burning up. The wounds became infected, didn't they? You pushed yourself too hard, traveled too far too fast. Mireya. His hands found my shoulders, stopping my frantic assessment. I'm fine. You're not fine. I can feel it through the bond. The fever, the pain. You need treatment, rest, proper healing. What I need, he interrupted gently, is to know you're all right, that they haven't hurt you. I stared up at him, at the concern etched in his face, at the way he was more worried about me than himself despite being the one in immediate danger. I'm fine. They've been relatively civil. Relatively, Valor said dryly from the fireplace. High praise indeed. Tyrion's entire demeanor changed. He released me, turned to face his father, and I saw the moment he forced himself into a formal stance despite the obvious cost. Alpha. I've returned to face judgment. Have you? Valor's eyes were cold. Or have you returned to rescue your claimed mate from the consequences of her interference? Both, Tyrion said without hesitation. I won't let her be punished for saving my life. Whatever sentence you intended for me, give it. But let her go back to her clan. Release her from the bond. She doesn't deserve to be dragged into pack politics. The bond can't be released, Mireya interjected quietly. Not without killing you both. Surely you know that. Tyrion's jaw tightened, but he nodded. Then exile us both. Ban us from pack lands. We'll go far enough that we're no longer your problem. You'd abandon your pack? Valor's voice was dangerously soft. Everything you fought for, everyone you tried to protect, you'd leave them all behind for a human girl you barely know? Yes. No hesitation. No doubt. Because she shouldn't suffer for my mistakes. Because the bond chose her, and I won't dishonor that by letting her be used as a weapon against me. Because. He paused, and through the connection, I felt the truth he was about to speak. Because in 3 days, she's shown me more courage and honor than I've seen in years of pack politics. She deserves better than this. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken things. Lenara stood, moved to place herself between Tyrion and Valor. Before anyone makes irreversible decisions, perhaps we should examine the actual situation rather than reacting to what we think happened. She looked at me. Mireya, you said you healed Tyrion with magic you'd never accessed before. Magic that manifested as silver light. I nodded, unsure where this was going. And Tyrion, you said the wounds you received from Cade and your brothers were meant to be fatal. That they used poison on their blades. Yes. Tyrion's hand unconsciously touched his side, where the worst wound had been. Nightshade extract. Even shifter healing can't overcome it in sufficient doses. Lenara turned to Valor. So explain to me how a human healer with barely any channeling ability managed to cure nightshade poisoning, close fatal wounds, and create a claiming bond, all simultaneously, all accidentally, all with magic that shouldn't exist in her bloodline. The question hung in the air, loaded with implications I didn't fully understand. Zoraya's eyes widened. You think she's descended from the old bloodlines? From before the purge? I think, Lenara said carefully, that we're seeing something we thought was lost. Soul magic. Life magic. The kind that created bonds between our species before fear and politics drove us apart. Valor shook his head. Those bloodlines are gone. The purge saw to that. Or we think they're gone because no one has been desperate enough to awaken them. Lenara's gaze found mine. Your grandmother, was she tested during the purge? Would the hunters have examined her bloodline? I don't know. The purge had happened 60 years ago, a dark period when shifters and humans had hunted down anyone with mixed heritage or unusual abilities, fearing the power they couldn't control. Thousands had died. Entire bloodlines had been eliminated. My grandmother never spoke about those times. But her teacher, the one who trained her. I remembered suddenly. Her teacher disappeared during the purge. Everyone assumed she'd been killed, but grandmother never found a body. A name, Mireya said urgently. Do you know her teacher's name? Sarah. The name felt strange on my tongue, weighted with history I hadn't known existed. Sarah of the Thornwood line. She was supposed to be the last living soul mage. Mireya breathed. Gods above. We thought she was executed. The record said. Records can be falsified, Lenara interrupted. Especially when someone powerful wants to hide. She looked at Tyrion. Your mother. Tell me again how you met her. Tyrion's confusion was evident. What does my mother have to do with? Just answer the question. He exchanged a glance with me, then spoke carefully. She was human. A healer who wandered into Packlands claiming she was lost. Father gave her shelter, and he shrugged. They fell in love. The claiming bond formed within weeks. She died giving birth to me. And her name? Lenara pressed. Elena. Elena of Thornwood. Tyrion stopped. Stared at me.
No.
That's not possible. But I was already pulling out my grandmother's journal, flipping through pages with shaking hands until I found what I was looking for. A family tree, carefully drawn, with names and dates going back generations.
There.
Sarah's daughter, Elena, disappeared 40 years ago.
Presumed dead.
My hands trembled so badly, I nearly dropped the journal. Sarah's daughter was named Elena. She would have been in her 20s during the time you're describing.
The room spun.
Everything I thought I knew rearranged itself into a new, impossible pattern. Mireya. Tyrion's voice was strained. Are you saying? Elena was my grandmother's sister. The words felt unreal. Which means she was my great-aunt. Which means you and I are. I couldn't finish the sentence. Related by blood, Mireya said quietly. Distantly, but related nonetheless. Which explains why the claiming bond formed so easily. Why your magic recognized his life force. Your family. Your bloodlines were meant to intertwine. Valor sank into a chair, looking suddenly old. Elena never told me. All those years, she never mentioned having a sister, having family she'd left behind. Because she was protecting them, Lenara said gently. If the hunters had known Sarah survived, if they'd traced her bloodline to the Thornwood clan, she didn't need to finish. Everyone understood the implications. So, what does this mean? I asked, my voice small. For the bond, for the charges against Tyrion, for all of this. Valor was quiet for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of difficult decisions. It means we've been operating under false assumptions. You're not just a random human who interfered, you're family. Distant family, but family nonetheless. And the bond. He looked at Tyrion. The bond is legitimate. Maybe even destined. Then the charges? Tyrion's hope was carefully controlled, but I felt it blazing through our connection. The charges stand. Valor's words crushed that hope instantly. You still challenged my authority. Still choose your conscience over the pack hierarchy. The bloodline connection doesn't excuse that. Father. However. Valor held up a hand. The sentence can be modified. Mireya, what do the old laws say about challenges made in defense of pack members? Mireya's expression turned thoughtful. If a pack member believed a judgment was unjust, they had the right to appeal through formal challenge. The accused would present evidence, the alpha would reconsider, and the pack would vote on the final decision. That's not how we do things now. Ronan's voice came from the doorway. I hadn't heard him enter, but he stood there with Cade, both of them looking displeased by this turn of events. You're changing pack law to save your disobedient son. I'm correcting a mistake, Valor said coldly. One I should have corrected before it came to bloodshed. Tyrion was within his rights to challenge my judgment. I should have listened instead of condemning him out of pride. The admission clearly cost him, and I saw Tyrion's expression shift from hope to shock to something that might have been respect. So what now? Cade demanded. We just pretend this never happened? Ignore that he ran from justice, that he dragged a human into pack business. No, Valor said. We hold the trial that should have happened in the first place. Present evidence, hear arguments, let the pack decide. And if Tyrion is found guilty, he met his son's eyes. Then the punishment stands. But if he's found innocent, he's reinstated with full honors and no one. His gaze swept across Cade and Ronan. No one touches him or is made again. Is that clear? It wasn't forgiveness, wasn't reconciliation, but it was a chance, and that was more than we'd had an hour ago. I accept those terms, Tyrion said formally. As do I added because the bond made it my decision too. Then we convene the pack tribunal tomorrow at sunset. Valor stood, and with that movement, the private father became the public alpha again. Tyrion, you'll be held in the guest wing under guard. Mireya stays with Lenara, no unsupervised contact between you until the trial concludes. We do this properly, or not at all. It made sense. But the thought of being separated from Tyrion now, when we'd just found each other again, when the bond was singing with relief and recognition. It's only one night, Tyrion said quietly, and I realized he'd felt my distress through the connection. We can survive one night. Could we? The bond had grown so strong, so demanding. Being apart felt like missing a limb, like breathing with only half my lungs. But I nodded, because what choice did we have? Guards appeared to escort Tyrion away. As he passed me, his hand brushed mine, just a moment of contact, but enough to send warmth flooding through the bond. Enough to whisper without words, I'm glad you're safe. Whatever happens tomorrow, at least I know you're safe. Then he was gone, and I was left standing with Lenara, Mireya, and my grandmother's journal that had revealed more in one night than I'd learned in 23 years of living. Come, Lenara said gently. You need food, rest, and time to process everything. Tomorrow will be difficult enough without facing it. As I followed her from the study, I caught Mireya's eye. She was staring at the journal in my hands with an expression of intense curiosity mixed with something that might have been fear. The soul magic, she said quietly. In the old texts, it's described as both a gift and a curse. Powerful enough to change the world, but demanding enough to destroy the wielder. If you truly carry that bloodline... She paused. Be careful, Mireya. Be very careful how much you use it. Some gifts come with prices we don't understand until it's too late to refuse them. Her warning echoed in my mind as Lenara led me to her private quarters, as she ordered food and fresh clothes, as she spoke soothingly about trials and evidence and pack politics that I still didn't fully understand. But all I could think about was Tyrion in a guarded room somewhere in this massive complex, separated from me by stone and wood and deliberate barriers. And the bond between us, stretching across that distance like a rope pulled taut, humming with tension that begged for release. Through it, I felt his fever spiking, felt the infection I'd warned him about taking hold despite his shifter healing. You need treatment, I sent desperately through the bond. Please tell the guards you need a healer. His response came faint but clear, I need you. Only you. But I can wait until tomorrow. Could he though? Could either of us wait that long when the bond was demanding we be together, when his health was deteriorating, when tomorrow's trial might tear us apart permanently? I pressed my scarred palm against my chest, feeling my heart beat in rhythm with his, and made a decision. Tomorrow, I will fight for him in that tribunal. Would speak the truth about what happened. Would defend his actions even if it meant condemning myself. But tonight, somehow, I would find a way to reach him. To heal the fever that was burning through him. To honor the bond that had chosen us before we'd understood what that meant. The soul magic stirred beneath my skin, responding to my determination. And this time, instead of fearing it, I welcomed it. Because Tyrion had risked everything to come for me. Now, it was my turn to do the same for him. whatever it took, whatever it cost. The bond demanded nothing less. Chapter 7. Midnight Healing. Lenara's quarters were luxurious, but felt like a cage. She'd been kind, bringing me food I couldn't eat, offering conversation I couldn't focus on, treating me with a gentleness that made me want to trust her. But every moment that passed, I felt Tyrion's fever climbing through our bond, felt his strength waning as infection spread through his system. "You need to rest," Lenara said for the third time, watching me pace the sitting room like a caged animal. "Tomorrow requires all your strength." "He's getting worse." I pressed my hand against my chest where the bond pulsed with alarming intensity. "The fever. Can't you feel it? He needs treatment now, not tomorrow." Lenara's expression softened with understanding. "The bond makes you feel everything he experiences. I know it's difficult, especially when it's new. But Tyrion is strong. He's survived worse." Has he survived nightshade poisoning that wasn't fully healed? Has he survived traveling for days with infected wounds because he was too stubborn to rest? My voice rose despite my efforts to stay calm. Because that's what he did. For me. To reach me. And now he's suffering because your mate won't let me do the one thing I'm actually good at, healing. She studied me with those knowing eyes. "You want to go to him?" It wasn't a question. "I need to go to him," I corrected. "Not because of the bond, though that's screaming at me to move, but because I'm a healer and my patient is deteriorating. Would you ask any other healer to stand by while someone suffered needlessly? I would if treating them meant violating the Alpha's direct orders." But there was something in her tone, a softness that suggested she wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. "Then maybe the Alpha's orders are wrong." The words came out before I could stop them, bold and dangerous. "Maybe sometimes we have to choose between following rules and doing what's right." Lenara was quiet for a long moment. Then slowly she smiled. "You sound like Elena." She never could stand by when someone was suffering either, regardless of what authority figures commanded. She moved to a cabinet, pulled out a dark cloak. The guards changed shifts in 20 minutes. During the transition, there's approximately 3 minutes where the east corridor is unwatched. Tyrion is being held in the third room on the left. I stared at her. "You're helping me break your mate's orders?" "I'm telling you facts about guard rotations. What you do with that information is your choice." She handed me the cloak. "Though if you do choose to act on those facts, you should know that the guards have been instructed to prevent Tyrion from leaving his room. They've said nothing about preventing someone from entering." Hope flared in my chest. "Why are you doing this?" "Because Valor is a good alpha and a strong leader, but sometimes he lets pride override compassion." Lenara's expression grew distant. "He did the same thing with Elena. Held her at arm's length for weeks because pack tradition said their bond needed formal approval. She nearly died of loneliness before he finally admitted that some things matter more than protocol." She moved to the door, opened it slightly to peer into the corridor. 20 minutes. "And Mireya? If you're caught, I know nothing about this. I was sound asleep while you slipped away." "Understood." I pulled her into a brief, impulsive embrace. "Thank you. Don't thank me yet. If tomorrow's trial goes badly, this kindness might be what condemns us both." The next 20 minutes felt like hours. I used the time to gather supplies from the medical kit Lenara kept in her quarters. Basic healing salves, fever reducers, clean bandages. Not as comprehensive as what I'd had at Thornwood, but enough to work with. Through the bond, I felt Tyrion's awareness fading in and out. The fever was affecting his consciousness, pulling him into delirium. I sent what comfort I could through the connection, wordless reassurance that I was coming, that he just needed to hold on a little longer. His response was fragmented but clear enough. Dangerous. Don't take risks. Too late, I sent it back. I've been risking everything for you since the beginning. Not stopping now. Finally, Lenara appeared in the doorway.
Now.
Go quickly and quietly. You have 5 minutes at most before the new shift arrives. I went. The corridors were dimly lit by torches that cast dancing shadows on stone walls. I moved as silently as possible, the cloak's hood pulled up to hide my distinctive human features. Anyone who saw me from a distance might mistake me for a pack member on some late-night errand. The east corridor appeared ahead. Empty, just as Lenara had promised. I counted doors 1, 2, 3, and stopped at the third room on the left. The door was heavy wood reinforced with iron, designed to contain a shifter if necessary. But it wasn't locked from the outside. The guard's job was to prevent exit, not entry. I pushed it open as quietly as possible and slipped inside. The room was similar to mine but more austere. A bed, a chair, a small window too narrow for even a human to fit through. And on the bed, covered by a single thin blanket, Tyrion lay shivering despite the obvious fever burning through him. "Tyrion," I whispered, rushing to his side. His eyes opened, struggling to focus. "Mireya? You're not. This isn't real. Fever dreams. Not a dream." I pressed my hand to his forehead and felt the alarming heat radiating from his skin. "Gods, you're burning up. Why didn't you tell the guards how bad it was?" Didn't want to appear weak. His words were slurred, consciousness slipping. "Trial tomorrow. I need to be strong." "You need to be alive," I corrected sharply. "Strength won't matter if the infection kills you before dawn." I pulled back the blanket and immediately saw the problem. The silver scars from my original healing had held, but around them, angry red lines spread outward, infection radiating from wounds that should have been sealed. The nightshade poison had gotten into his bloodstream before my healing finished, and now it was waging war with his shifter immune system. A war his body was losing. I pulled out the medical supplies, but my hands hesitated over them. Normal healing wouldn't be enough. The infection was too advanced, too deeply rooted. I needed the silver light, the soul magic that had saved him before. But Zariah's warning echoed in my mind. Some gifts come with prices we don't understand until it's too late to refuse them. What if using the magic again made the bond stronger? What if it burned through my own life force? What if it changed me in ways I couldn't reverse? Through the bond, I felt Tyrion's heartbeat stuttering, felt his body starting to fail. The choice wasn't really a choice at all. I placed my hands on his chest, over the worst of the infection, and reached for the power I still didn't understand. It rose immediately, eager almost, like it had been waiting for this moment. Silver light blazed from my palms, brighter than before, stronger than before. The power flowed through me and into him, seeking out the poison in his blood, the infection in his tissues, the fever burning his consciousness away. This time, I felt the cost. It was like the magic was pulling pieces of my own life force, converting it into healing energy and pouring it into Tyrion. Not enough to kill me. Not yet, but enough that I felt myself weakening, felt my own strength draining away to fuel his recovery. "Stop." Tyrion's voice came through the bond, clearer now as the fever broke. "You're hurting yourself. Stop." "Not until you're healed," I sent back stubbornly. "Mireya, please. You came back for me.
Let me do this for you."
The silver light pulsed brighter, and I felt the moment the infection broke. The poison neutralized. The wounds finally, truly sealed. His body temperature began to drop toward normal, his breathing steadied, his heartbeat grew strong and regular. But I was exhausted, drained in a way I'd never experienced, like I'd run for days without rest. The light faded, and I collapsed forward onto his chest, unable to hold myself upright. "Mireya." His arms came around me immediately, supporting me even though moments ago he'd been the one dying. "What did you do? What did that cost you?" "Nothing I wasn't willing to pay," I murmured against his skin. Through the thin contact, I could feel his heart beating strong and steady again. Could feel the bond singing with relief and completion. We stayed like that for a long moment, both of us recovering, both of us acutely aware that we were alone together for the first time since the bond had formed. "You shouldn't have come," Tyrion said quietly, but his arms tightened around me, contradicting his words. "If you're caught, then I'm caught." I pulled back enough to meet his eyes. They were clear now, fever-free, filled with emotions I couldn't fully read. "I couldn't let you suffer when I had the power to help. Just like you couldn't let me face this alone. That's different. I'm already condemned. You still have a chance." We're in this together. I cut him off. The bond makes that literal truth. Your pain is mine. Your danger is mine. Your trial tomorrow affects us both. So stop trying to protect me by pushing me away. Something shifted in his expression. You don't understand what you're saying. The bond, it can be overwhelming. It makes you feel things that might not be real, might be just magical compulsion. Stop. I placed my hand over his heart, felt it beat against my palm. I know what I feel. Yes, the bond intensifies everything. Yes, it connects us in ways I'm still trying to understand. But don't tell me what I'm feeling isn't real. What are you feeling? His voice was rough, uncertain in a way that made him seem younger than his years. I should have been cautious. I should have protected myself with careful words and emotional distance. But I'd spent my whole life being cautious. Be careful. Being afraid to claim what I wanted because I didn't think I deserved it. I'm feeling like finding you dying in that clearing was the first real thing that's ever happened to me, I said. Like saving you woke up parts of myself I didn't know existed. Like this bond. I pressed my hand harder against his chest. This bond might have started with magic, but what I feel for you goes deeper than any spell. Tyrion's hand covered mine, holding it against his heart. I've been trying to convince myself it's just the bond. That what I feel is magical compulsion, not choice. Because if it's compulsion, it might fade. But if it's real... He took a shaky breath. If it's real, then I'm in love with someone I've put in terrible danger. Someone who deserves so much better than a condemned traitor with more enemies than allies. I don't want better, I said. I want you. Even if that means facing trials and danger. Even if that means leaving everything I've known. Even if... He kissed me. It wasn't gentle or uncertain. It was desperate and claiming and filled with everything we'd both been holding back. I felt it through the bond. His relief, his fear, his overwhelming gratitude that I was real and here and choosing him despite everything. I kissed him back with equal desperation, pouring into it all the emotions I couldn't quite voice. The terror of thinking he'd die. The wonder of discovering this connection. The fierce determination to fight for what we'd found. When we finally broke apart, both breathless, he rested his forehead against mine. If we survive tomorrow... When we survive tomorrow, I corrected. When we survive tomorrow, he agreed, a hint of smile in his voice, I'm going to court you properly. No more running, no more emergencies, no more life or death situations. Just us. Getting to know each other without crisis forcing every interaction. That sounds perfect. I pulled back slightly. But for now, you need rest. Real rest, without fever and infection destroying you from the inside. Will you stay? The question was vulnerable, almost childlike. Just until I fall asleep. The bond is quieter when you're close. Easier to manage. I knew I should leave. Knew the guards would change shifts soon. Knew being found here would damage both our cases for tomorrow's trial. But I couldn't bring myself to go. Not when he was looking at me like I was something precious and irreplaceable. Not when the bond was humming with contentment at our proximity. I'll stay, I said softly. I meant to leave once he fell asleep. Meant to slip out during the guard change, return to Lenara's quarters, pretend this midnight healing had never happened. But lying beside him, feeling his warmth, sensing his peaceful rest through the bond for the first time since we'd met, I couldn't make myself move. I'd just close my eyes for a moment. Just rest for a few minutes before forcing myself back to careful safety. Just. I woke to shouting and the sound of the door slamming open. Dawn light streamed through the narrow window. I slept through the entire night. And standing in the doorway, his expression thunderous, was Alpha Valor himself. Well, he said, his voice dangerously quiet. This complicates things considerably. Beside me, Tyrion sat up, immediately positioning himself between me and his father despite being unarmed and vulnerable. She came to heal me, that's all. In the middle of the night, in direct violation of my orders. While you were both supposed to be maintaining proper distance before the trial. Valar's eyes swept over us, taking in the obvious intimacy of our position, the medical supplies scattered across the floor, the silver light residue that still glowed faintly on Tyrion's skin. "Do you have any idea how this looks?" "It looks like a healer treating her patient," I said, finding my voice. Which is exactly what happened. "It looks like a bonded pair unable to maintain basic discipline. It looks like you're both controlled by magical compulsion rather than rational choice." Valor stepped into the room, and his presence filled the small space. "It looks like every argument I might have made in your defense just became impossible to present." Through the bond, I felt Tyrion's despair, his certainty that we'd just destroyed any chance of a fair trial. But I also felt something else, his unwavering conviction that healing him had been worth it. That moment of closeness, of honesty, of choice made freely despite consequences, that was worth any price the pack might demand. "I'm sorry we disobeyed," I said, meeting the Alpha's eyes. "But I'm not sorry I healed him, and I'm not sorry I stayed. If that makes tomorrow's trial harder, so be it. Some things matter more than strategy." Valor studied me for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a short, sharp sound devoid of humor. "You really are Elena's bloodline." She said almost those exact words to me once, when I tried to keep her locked away for her own protection. His expression sobered. "The trial begins at sunset. Until then, you're both confined. Together, since separation clearly doesn't work. Guards will be posted outside. You'll be fed, given water, and left alone to prepare your defense. Together?" Tyrion's surprise was evident. The pack needs to see the bond as it truly is, not forbidden attraction or magical compulsion, but genuine connection between equals. Valor moved toward the door, then paused. "I'm trusting you both to prove me right. Don't make me regret that trust." Then he was gone, leaving us alone in the growing daylight with hours to prepare for a trial that would determine everything. Tyrion pulled me close, and I felt his trembling through the bond, not from fear, but from relief so intense it was almost painful. "We have a chance," he whispered. "A real chance." "We have each other," I corrected. "Everything else we'll figure out as we go." Through the window, I could see the pack compound waking, shifters moving about their daily routines, unaware that tonight's trial would determine not just our fates, but perhaps the future of human shifter bonds in this territory. The sun climbed higher, marking the hours until sunset, until judgment, until we'd either be free to build the future we'd both started to imagine, or condemned for daring to choose love over law. I touched the silver scars on my palms and felt the magic stirring beneath them, ready to be called if needed, ready to fight if fighting was required, ready for whatever came next, because that's what the bond demanded, and what my heart had chosen long before I'd understood what choosing meant. Chapter 8. Trial by Truth. The hours before the trial passed in strange suspension, time moving both too fast and too slow. Tyrion and I used the enforced confinement to prepare, going over what we'd say, how we'd present our case, what arguments might sway the pack council in our favor. But mostly we talked about his childhood as the third son, always overlooked in favor of more politically useful siblings. About my years of failure at the healing hall, breaking stone after stone while watching others succeed. About the moment in that clearing when everything changed, when I'd felt power I didn't understand, and he'd felt hope he'd thought was lost forever. "I need to tell you something," Tyrion said as the afternoon sun began its descent. "About the young male I tried to defend. The one whose sentence started all of this." I settled beside him on the narrow bed, our shoulders touching in the way that had become natural over the past hours. Through the bond, I felt his apprehension about whatever he was going to reveal. His name was Fenric. He was 19, newly transitioned, still learning to control his wolf. Tyrion's jaw tightened. He crossed into human territory while hunting, only 50 feet over the boundary, chasing a deer that didn't respect invisible lines. A human farmer saw him in wolf form, panicked, and went to the local guard. By the time the situation was explained, the damage was done. The farmer was terrified, convinced the shifters were preparing to attack. And your father wanted to execute him for that? I couldn't keep the disbelief from my voice. My father wanted to send a message that our laws exist for a reason. Those consequences must be enforced or we risk losing everything we've built. He looked at me, amber eyes troubled. The thing is, he's not entirely wrong. The treaties between humans and shifters are fragile. One wrong move, one boundary violation that escalates, and we could be back to the wars that nearly destroyed both our peoples. But executing a teenager for an honest mistake would prevent future mistakes, Tyrion finished. That was his argument. That mercy now means death later, when someone else crosses the boundary with malicious intent, and humans don't believe we'll enforce our own laws. He paused. I understood his reasoning. I even partially agreed with it. But I couldn't watch Fenric die, because of inexperience. Couldn't let fear of what might happen override compassion for what was actually happening. So, you challenged your father's decision. I challenged his authority in front of the entire pack. Questioned his judgment, his wisdom, his right to condemn without considering alternatives. Tyrion's voice grew rough. I was young, arrogant, certain that my moral clarity was more important than pack unity. And when he ordered me to stand down, to accept his ruling, he touched his side where the deepest wound had been. I pushed too hard, said things that couldn't be unsaid. And he responded the only way an alpha can when his heir publicly defies him, with force. Through the bond, I felt the complex tangle of his emotions. Regret for his methods, but not his message. Guilt for forcing his father into an impossible position. And underneath it all, deep grief for what their relationship had become. What happened to Fenric? I asked quietly. My father commuted his sentence to exile after I was condemned. Fenric is alive, last I heard, living somewhere in the Western Territories. Safe. Tyrion met my eyes. So my challenge did accomplish something, even if the cost was higher than I intended. Before I could respond, a sharp knock sounded at the door. 1 hour until trial. A guard called through the woods. Formal dress is being provided. Be ready. The formal clothing arrived minutes later. For Tyrion, traditional ceremonial garb in deep midnight blue that matched his wolf fur. For me, a dress in silver white that seemed to glow in the fading light. Both outfits were beautiful and clearly expensive, designed to present us as worthy of respect rather than contempt. Someone was fighting for us. Multiple people, if I read the political maneuvering correctly. Lenara, Tyrion said, examining the clothing. And possibly Mireya. They're staging this carefully.
He looked at me.
The silver dress, it's the color worn by claimed mates during bonding ceremonies. They're presenting you as a pack, not as an outsider who interfered. Is that good? It means they're taking the bond seriously, treating it as legitimate rather than a magical accident. He pulled on the ceremonial clothing, and I tried not to stare at the way it emphasized his lean strength, the way the deep blue made his amber eyes seem to glow. But it also means the stakes are higher. If the pack rejects the bond, rejects you, it's not just about my crimes anymore. It's about whether humans can ever truly belong in our world. The weight of that settled over me. This wasn't just about us. It was about every human who might someday bond with a shifter. Every healer who might be called to save a wolf's life. Every bridge that might be built between our species if we could prove it was possible. No pressure, I said weakly. Tyrion pulled me close, his hands gentle on my shoulders. Whatever happens in that trial, I want you to know something. These past days with you, even with the danger, even with the fear, they've been the most real, most honest moments of my life. You've given me something I thought I'd lost when my father condemned me. What's that? Hope. He pressed his forehead to mine. Hope that honor and love matter more than politics. Choosing the right thing, even when it's hard, is worth the cost. That life is meant to be lived fully rather than carefully. Through the bond, I felt the depth of his sincerity, the way I'd changed something fundamental in him just as he'd changed something in me. We're going to survive this, I said with more confidence than I felt. We're going to stand before that pack and tell the truth, and they're going to see what I see, that you're worth saving. that this bond is worth protecting, that love matters more than fear. From your lips to the goddess's ears, he murmured. Another knock, more insistent. Time. The pack is gathering. We emerged from the room to find not the guards I'd expected, but Lenara herself waiting in the corridor. She wore formal robes in deep crimson, marking her status as Luna, and her expression was carefully neutral, but her eyes were warm. You both look perfect, she said. Exactly what we need the pack to see. She gestured for us to follow her. The trial will be held in the Great Hall. Every adult pack member has the right to attend, and most will. They'll form a circle around you, traditional trial formation. It can be intimidating. Intimidating sounds like an understatement, I muttered. Lenara's lips quivered slightly. Elena said the same thing when she faced her first pack gathering. She was terrified they'd reject her, reject the bond, reject everything she and Valor had built together. She glanced at me, but she stood there with her head high and spoke her truth with such conviction that even the most skeptical pack members couldn't deny the genuine nature of their connection. Did it work? I asked. Did they accept her? Eventually. It took time, patience, and more than a few demonstrations of her value to the pack. But yes, she became one of us. And when she died, Lenara's voice caught slightly. The entire pack mourned her as one of their own. That's what I want for you, Mireya. Not just tolerance, but genuine belonging. We descended through the complex, each floor bringing us closer to the Great Hall. I could hear voices growing louder, hundreds of them, all gathered to witness our judgment. Remember, Lenara said as we approached the massive doors, speak truth, but speak it with confidence. The pack respects strength and conviction. Show doubt, and they'll exploit it. Show certainty, and they'll be forced to consider your position seriously. The doors opened, and sound washed over us like a physical force. The Great Hall was enormous, easily large enough to hold 500 people, and it seemed every available space was filled. Shifters in human and wolf form packed together, their faces turning toward us as we entered. Some expressions were curious, some hostile, some carefully neutral. At the far end, elevated on the dais, sat Alpha Valor with Lenara's empty seat beside him. Flanking them were the pack council members, Mireya, 3 elders I recognized from earlier, and to my dismay, both Ronan and Cade. The circle Lenara had mentioned was formed in the center of the hall, a wide space kept clear where Tyrion and I would stand to face judgment. We walked forward, and the crowd's murmurs grew louder. Look at the claiming marks. Wearing bonding ceremony colors. Elena's bloodline, they say. Still betrayed pack law. We reached the circle and stepped into its center. Immediately, I felt the weight of hundreds of eyes, the pressure of judgment not yet rendered. Valor stood, and silence fell instantly. We gather under the old laws, he said, his voice carrying effortlessly across the hall. To hear evidence, to speak truth, to determine justice. Tyrion Silvercrest, 3rd son of the Alpha, stands accused of insubordination, challenge to authority, and defiance of lawful sentences. Mireya of Thornwood clan stands accused of interference with pact justice and unauthorized creation of a claiming bond. The formal charges sent ice through my veins. Spoken aloud, they sounded so much worse than I'd imagined. How do the accused answer these charges? Valor continued. Tyrion's hand found mine, our fingers intertwining. Through the bond, I felt his steady determination, his refusal to show fear. I challenge the validity of the charges, he said clearly. And I invoke the right of trial by testimony under the old laws. Let evidence be heard before judgment is rendered. A ripple of surprise went through the assembled pack. Apparently, this wasn't the response they'd expected. The right is acknowledged, Valor said after a moment. Present your evidence. Tyrion took a breath. I stand accused of insubordination for questioning the execution of Fenric Ashford, a 19-year-old male whose only crime was inexperience. I don't deny I challenged my father's decision. I don't deny I questioned his judgment publicly. But I claim that under the old laws, any pack member has the right to appeal a sentence they believe unjust. I exercise that right. You exercised it by physically threatening your alpha, Ronan interjected. By raising your hand against him. I raised my voice, Tyrion corrected. I never raised my hand. Your own witnesses can confirm that. Murmurs ran through the crowd. Several pack members nodded. Apparently, this distinction mattered. The challenge escalated to combat, Cade said, his voice cold. You attacked the alpha. I defended myself when attacked, Tyrion countered. And I lost.
Badly.
The sentence given was death, carried out by you and my brothers in a manner designed to maximize suffering. He touched his side where the silver scars still glowed faintly. I don't claim innocence. I claim that the punishment exceeded the crime, and that surviving that punishment should not compound my guilt. Valor leaned forward. You claim you had the right to challenge my authority? I claim I had the right to appeal your decision through formal channels. Had you allowed that appeal, had you heard my arguments and then maintained your sentence, I would have accepted it. But you condemned me without hearing me, without allowing the pack to weigh evidence, without following the very laws you claim I violated. The hall erupted in heated discussion. Pack members argued with each other, voices rising in debate about law and tradition and proper procedure. Valor raised his hand for silence, and slowly, the noise died down. You make a valid point about procedure, he admitted, and I felt a shock ripple through both the bond and the gathered crowd. I acted in anger rather than wisdom. I should have allowed the appeal. That failure is mine. The admission cost him. I could see it in the tightness around his eyes, the way his hands gripped the throne's arms. But he said it anyway, publicly acknowledging fault before his entire pack. However, he continued, that doesn't absolve you of the manner in which you presented your challenge. Respect matters, Tyrion. How we question authority is as important as whether we question it. I know, Tyrion said quietly, and I accept responsibility for my disrespect. But I ask the pack to consider, if the choice is between perfect respect and saving an innocent life, which matters more? Before anyone could answer, Mireya stood. If I may address the pack. She waited for Valor's nod. I've researched the old laws extensively. The right to appeal exists for exactly this reason, to prevent unjust sentences, to allow multiple perspectives before irreversible action is taken. Tyrion exercised that right clumsily, but he exercised it. By old law standards, his actions were protected. And his punishment? Ronan demanded. Death for disrespect. Is that not excessive by those same old laws? By old laws, a challenge resulting in combat should end at first blood or submission, Mireya said. Not execution. And certainly not torture execution designed to make death slow. Cade's face flushed with anger. We were following Alpha's orders. Orders that violated the spirit of pack justice, Mireya interrupted. Which brings us to the second accused, Mireya of Thornwood. All eyes turned to me, and I fought the urge to shrink back. You stand accused of interfering with pack justice, Mireya continued. How do you answer? I squeezed Tyrion's hand for courage, then stepped forward slightly. I answer that I'm a healer, not a judge. I found a dying creature in the forest, and I saved him. I didn't know about pack politics or legal sentences or anything beyond the immediate need to prevent death. If that's a crime, I'm guilty. But I'd do it again. Even knowing the consequences? Valor asked. Especially knowing the consequences. I met his eyes. Because the alternative, standing by while someone dies when I have the power to help, that would have been the real crime. That would have violated everything I believe, everything I was trained to be. But you weren't just any healer saving any patient, Ronan said. You created a claiming bond, bound yourself to a condemned criminal, made yourself part of our pack without permission, without understanding, without choice, I interrupted. You think I chose this? You think I knew a bond would form? I held up my hands, showing the silver scars. I had no training in soul magic, no knowledge of claiming bonds, no understanding of what would happen. I just knew someone was dying, and I had power I'd never accessed before. Power that rose because I refused to let death win. Silence fell over the hall. Show us. An elder called from the crowd. Show us this power. Prove it's real and not just a convenient story. I glanced at Tyrion and felt his concern through the bond. Using the magic drained me, cost me, potentially shortened my own life with each use. But I also knew this crowd needed proof. Needed to see that what we claimed was truth, not fiction designed to excuse our actions. I need someone injured, I said. Not seriously, but enough to require healing. Use me. Cade stepped forward, a cruel smile on his face. He pulled a silver blade from his belt and, before anyone could stop him, drew it across his palm.
Deep.
Blood welled immediately. Heal that human. Show us your supposed power. The scent of blood filled the hall. The wound was deeper than necessary, deliberately provocative. But it gave me exactly what I needed to demonstrate. I approached him, aware that every eye was watching. Through the bond, I felt Tyrion's warning. Cade was dangerous, unpredictable, looking for any excuse to undermine us. But I couldn't refuse the challenge. I took Cade's bleeding hand in both of mine, closed my eyes, and reached for the power. It rose instantly, flooding through me with that now familiar warmth. Silver light blazed from my palms, so bright several pack members gasped. I poured the healing energy into Cade's wound, feeling it close, feeling the flesh knit back together with impossible speed. When I opened my eyes, his palm was healed.
Completely.
Not even a scar remained. The hall exploded with noise, shocked exclamations, heated debates, demands for explanation. And through it all, Cade stared at his healed hand with an expression I couldn't quite read. Fear? Recognition? Something else? Soul magic, Mireya said into the chaos. Genuine soul magic. I've only seen it described in the oldest texts, never witnessed in person. The girl speaks the truth. Then the bond is legitimate, Lenara added, standing beside her mate. Not created through deliberate ritual, but through the spontaneous recognition of compatible souls. Such bonds are considered sacred in the old laws. Unbreakable. Protected. Protected? Ronan laughed harshly. She's human. He's a traitor. You'd protect that. I would protect what Elena and I built, Valor said quietly, standing. I would honor the memory of my mate by acknowledging that human shifter bonds can be genuine, powerful, and worthy of respect. I would choose to learn from my mistakes rather than compound them. He descended from the dais, walked to the circle's edge. The pack council has debated this privately. Now I put it in the pack as a whole. Tyrion made a mistake in how he challenged me, but his core claim, that Fenric's sentence was excessive, was valid. Mireya interfered with pack justice, but she did so as a healer responding to immediate need, not as a human deliberately defying our laws. The claiming bond formed spontaneously and is legitimate by all traditional measures. He paused, letting his words sink in. I propose modified sentences. Tyrion will serve 1 year of community service to the pack, teaching combat skills, working with young males who struggle with control, demonstrating that challenging authority must be done with respect even when conviction is strong. Mireya will serve that same year as healer in training, learning our ways, proving her value to the pack, earning the acceptance she didn't initially receive. At the end of that year, if both have fulfilled their service honorably, all charges are cleared and the bond is formally recognized. The crowd murmured, debating this proposal. And if we refuse? Cade called out. If the pack votes against leniency, then I am a poor alpha who can't acknowledge his own mistakes, Valor said bluntly. And you'd be wise to choose my replacement, because I won't execute my son for crimes I now realize were partially my own fault. And I won't destroy a genuine claiming bond, because politics make it inconvenient. The threat was clear, vote against us, and you vote against your alpha. The pack will vote, one of the elders said. Traditional methods, those who support the alpha's proposal shift to wolf form. Those opposed remain human. My heart hammered as the pack began to shift. The sound of transformation filled the hall, bones cracking, forms flowing, human becoming wolf. One by one, pack members made their choices. I watched in breathless tension as more and more wolves appeared. Not all. Some remained human, their faces set in disapproving lines. But the majority shifted. The majority chose mercy. The decision is clear, the elder announced. The Alpha's proposal is accepted. Tyrion Silvercrest and Mireya of Thornwood will serve 1 year of community service. At the completion of that service, they will be granted full pack standing and their bond formally recognized. Relief flooded through me so intensely my knees nearly buckled. Tyrion's arm came around my waist, supporting me, and through the bond one felt his joy, his disbelief, his overwhelming gratitude. We'd survived. Not just survived, we'd won a future. Valor approached us, and for a moment, father and son simply stared at each other. Then the Alpha pulled Tyrion into an embrace that looked painful in its intensity. "Don't make me regret this," Valor said roughly. "Don't make me question whether mercy was weakness." "You won't regret it," Tyrion promised. "I'll prove that honor and compassion can coexist with strength." When Valor released him, he turned to me. Up close, I could see the resemblance to Tyrion even more clearly, could see the pain of past loss still lingering in his amber eyes. "Elena would have liked you," he said quietly. "She always believed that healing was the highest calling, that mercy mattered more than rules. Take care of my son. And—" he paused. "Welcome to Silvercrest Pack." Tears burned my eyes as I nodded, unable to speak past the emotion clogging my throat. The pack surrounded us then, some offering congratulations, some remaining coldly distant, most falling somewhere in between. It would take time to earn their full acceptance. Time to prove our worth. Time to build trust. But we had that time now. We had a future. As the crowd began to disperse, as reality settled over the monumental shift in our circumstances, Tyrion pulled me close. 1 year, he said. 1 year of service, and then we're free. Free to build whatever life we want. Together, I added. Together, he agreed, and sealed the promise with a kiss that the bond amplified into something that resonated through my entire being. 1 year seemed like forever and no time at all. But for the first time since I'd knelt in that blood-soaked clearing, I believed we'd actually survive to see it end. The bond hummed with contentment, the silver scars on our palms glowing softly as our hands intertwined. Whatever challenges came next, we'd face them as we'd faced this trial, together, honest, and unafraid to fight for what mattered. And that, I was learning, made all the difference. Chapter 9. The First Moon. The first week of our service year passed in a blur of exhaustion and adjustment. My days began before dawn in the healing quarters, where I worked under Zoraya's supervision. She was a demanding teacher, far more exacting than Master Calix had ever been, but also surprisingly patient with my questions. She understood that I was learning not just healing techniques, but an entirely different approach to medicine. Shifter physiology was complex, their healing accelerated but also complicated by the constant tension between human and wolf aspects of their nature. "You're thinking too much like a human healer," Zoraya said on the third morning, watching me fumble with a salve meant to ease transformation pain. "You're trying to suppress the wolf, to quiet the animal instinct. But that's not how shifter healing works." "Then how does it work?" I asked, frustration bleeding into my voice. I'd spent an hour trying to channel healing energy through a crystal, traditional shifter method, and had managed only the faintest flicker. "You embrace both aspects. Human and animal, rational and instinctive, controlled and wild." She took the crystal from my hands. "Your soul magic doesn't channel through external tools because it doesn't need them. It comes from inside you, from the place where your human compassion and primal determination meet. Stop trying to work the way I work. Find your own method." I stared at the crystal, then at my scarred palms. "You mean use the silver light?" "I mean use what makes you unique." Zoraya set the crystal aside. "Soul magic is rare, Mireya. Perhaps one healer in 1,000 generations carries that gift. You could spend your entire service year trying to master our methods, or you could embrace your own power and learn to wield it safely." "Safely," I repeated. meaning there's an unsafe way to use it. Her expression grew serious. Soul magic draws on your own life force. Every healing costs you something, time, energy, potentially years of your life. The more you use it, the more it drains you. That's why soul mages historically died young. They burned too bright, gave too much, until there was nothing left to give. The warning settled over me like a shroud. I'd felt the exhaustion after healing Tyrion, the way the magic pulled from somewhere deep inside me. But I hadn't understood the full implications. So I'm killing myself every time I heal someone, I said quietly. You're making a choice, Mireya corrected. Spending your life force to save others. Some would call that the highest form of healing. Others would call it suicide by compassion. She met my eyes. The question you need to answer for yourself is, how much are you willing to give? And can you learn to heal without giving everything? I had no answer for that. The question haunted me as I worked through the day, treating minor injuries, learning to identify illnesses specific to shifters, memorizing antidotes for the various poisons that could harm their kind. Every task reminded me that I was an outsider learning to belong, a human trying to earn acceptance in a world that had historically viewed my kind with suspicion. But there were moments of unexpected kindness. An elderly shifter named Mireya brought me tea one afternoon, settling beside me in the healing quarters with a warm smile. You remind me of Elena, she said without preamble. Not in looks, you're fairer where she was dark, but in spirit. She had that same determined gentleness, that refusal to let anyone suffer, if she could prevent it. You knew her? I asked, grateful for the break and the connection to Tyrion's mother. Knew her? As a child, I helped deliver Tyrion. Held Elena's hand while she labored, watched her pour every ounce of strength she had into bringing that boy into the world. Aurelia's eyes grew distant with memory. She knew she was dying. The healers had told her the birth would kill her. Her human body wasn't strong enough to carry a shifter child to term. But she refused to terminate the pregnancy and refused to save herself at the cost of her son. My throat tightened. That's the choice she made? Her life for him. Soul mages always make that choice, Mireya said gently. It's in your nature to value other lives above your own. Elena used the last of her power to ensure Tyrion would be born healthy, that he'd have the best chance at life even if she couldn't be there to see him grow. She died with a smile, knowing she'd given him that gift. I thought about the silver light, about the costs Mireya had warned me of. Did she regret it? At the end, did she regret the sacrifice? She regretted leaving Valor. Regretted that Tyrion would grow up without knowing her. But the choice itself? Mireya shook her head. Never. She told me once that healing was the most selfish act, that we do it because we can't bear a world with less life in it. Every patient saved is proof that death doesn't always win. That mattered more to her than years she'd never see. The words resonated in my chest, echoing something fundamental I'd always felt but never articulated. Thank you, I said quietly, for telling me this, for helping me understand her. Understand yourself, you mean? Mireya patted my hand. You're walking the same path she walked, child. Just be sure you walk it with open eyes. Know the cost before you pay it. That evening, I met Tyrion after our respective duties ended. He looked exhausted. His service involved training young males in combat control, teaching them to manage the aggression that came with their wolf nature. It was physically demanding and emotionally draining work, especially when many of the trainees viewed him with suspicion or outright hostility. Rough day? I asked, taking his hand as we walked toward the quarters we'd been assigned, a small dwelling on the edge of the compound, close enough to be part of the pack, but separate enough to give us privacy. 3 fights broke out during training. 2 of them are targeting me specifically. He rolled his shoulders, wincing. They're testing me, seeing if I'll respond with the aggression they expect or if I can maintain control even when provoked. And I maintained control. Barely. He looked at me, and I saw the strain in his eyes. It's harder than I expected. The wolf wants to dominate, wants to put them in their place through force. Having to channel that instinct into teaching instead of fighting. He shook his head. I understand now why my father had such a hard time accepting my challenge. Authority questioning feels like a physical threat to the alpha instinct. We reached our dwelling and stepped inside. It was modest but comfortable. A main room with a fireplace, a small kitchen area, a bedroom, and a bathroom with running water that still amazed me. Lenara had ensured we had everything we needed, though some pack members grumbled about the special treatment we received. I pulled Tyrion down onto the sofa, positioning myself behind him so I could work on the tension in his shoulders. My hands found knots of stress, and I worked them with the same focused attention I brought to healing wounds. "Tell me something good," he said after a moment. "Something that didn't involve fighting or testing or people questioning whether we deserve to be here." I thought about Aurelia's visit, about the connection to Elena, but that felt too heavy for this moment. Instead, I smiled against his shoulder. Mireya says I should stop trying to heal like a traditional shifter healer and embrace being a soul mage. She thinks I could actually become good at this if I stop fighting what I am. "You're already good at this," Tyrion said firmly. "You saved my life."
Twice.
"That's more than good. I got lucky. And it costs me, I corrected, remembering Mireya's warning. Every time I use the soul magic, it drains something from me. Life force, years, something fundamental. Mireya says soul mages historically die young because they give too much." Tyrion twisted to look at me, alarm clear in his face. "Then don't use it. Learn the traditional methods, use tools and herbs and conventional healing. I won't let you kill yourself to save others." "You can't stop me from being what I am," I said gently. "Just like I can't stop you from being alpha-born, from having instincts that demand you dominate and protect and lead. We both have to learn to manage what we're given, not deny it." He pulled me around to face him, his hands cupping my face. "Promise me you'll be careful. That you won't use soul magic unless absolutely necessary. That you'll value your life as much as you value everyone else's." Through the bond, I felt his fear, deep and primal. The terror of losing me the way his father had lost Elena. The certainty that if I died, he'd follow shortly after, either through the bond's severing or through choice. "I promised to be careful," I said, which wasn't quite the same as what he'd asked but was all I could honestly offer. "And I promise not to be reckless with either my power or my life. But I can't promise not to use it if someone's dying and I have the ability to help. That's asking me to be someone I'm not." He rested his forehead against mine, and we sat like that for a long moment, connected by touch and bond and the complicated understanding that loving someone meant accepting all of them, even the parts that terrified you. "Tell me about the young males you're training," I said finally, lightening the mood. "Any of them showing promise?" Tyrion launched into stories about his students, their struggles and small victories, their questions about control and power, their genuine desire to learn despite their initial hostility. As he spoke, I felt the tension draining from him, replaced by something that looked like purpose. We were building a life here, day by day, moment by moment, earning our place through service and patience and stubborn determination not to fail. It wasn't easy, but it was ours. That night, I woke to moonlight streaming through the window and Tyrion's restless movements beside me. Through the bond, I felt his distress, fragmented dreams of the execution attempt, of blood and pain and betrayal. "Tyrion," I whispered, touching his shoulder. "Wake up. You're dreaming." He woke with a gasp, his body tensing for fight before recognition set in.
"Sorry."
"Did I wake you?" "The bond did." I pressed closer, letting my warmth comfort him. "Want to talk about it?" "Just memories. They'll fade." But through the connection, I felt they wouldn't. Not easily. The trauma of being condemned by his own father, attacked by his brothers, left to die alone, that left scars deeper than any physical wound. "We should get you a mind healer," I said. "Someone who specializes in trauma work. Pack culture doesn't really believe in that. We're supposed to be strong enough to overcome anything through will alone." "Pack culture is wrong about a lot of things," I said bluntly. "Strength includes knowing when you need help. Let me talk to Mireya tomorrow." There must be someone who can help with nightmares, with processing what happened. He was quiet for a moment. Then, you do that? Even though it might make the pack view me as weak. I do that because I love you, I said, the words coming easier now than they had at first. And because watching you suffer when I might be able to help isn't something I can do. Not now, not ever. Through the bond, I felt his response, love and gratitude and wonder that I'd choose him despite his damage, despite his complicated history, despite everything. The first full moon is tomorrow night, he said after a while. The pack runs together. Hunt, play, reinforce bonds. We're expected to participate. I'd heard about the monthly runs. They were sacred to pack culture, a time when hierarchy softened and the pack moved as one unified force. Will I be able to keep up? I'm human, I can't. Shift, he finished. I know, but you can ride. At my confused look, he smiled slightly. On my back. In wolf form. I'm large enough to carry you. It's traditional for claimed mates who can't shift. They ride their bonded partner during pack runs. The image was both absurd and beautiful. You're sure? I don't want to slow you down or make you look. Make me look like I have a mate who trusts me enough to be vulnerable in front of the entire pack. He pulled me closer. That's exactly the image we want to project. That the bond is real, that we're committed, that you belong here as much as any born shifter. Tomorrow night, then, I agreed, though anxiety curled in my stomach at the thought. The next day passed in a haze of preparation. Mireya showed me the proper clothing for a pack run. Lightweight, easy to remove, designed to be discarded and recovered later. You'll be cold at first, she warned. The wolves will keep you warm once you're riding, but the initial transition can be uncomfortable. Noted. I folded the clothing. Simple leggings and a tunic in dark fabric that would blend with the night. Anything else I should know? Stay seated no matter what happens. Tarian's instincts will protect you, but if you panic and dismount during the run, other wolves might view you as prey. She said it matter-of-factly, but the warning sent ice through my veins. And during the hunt, you'll feel the pack's collective consciousness through your bond with Tarian. It can be overwhelming, all those minds moving as one. Ground yourself in your own identity, or you might get lost in the mass. You're really selling this experience, I said weakly. Mireya smiled. It's also transcendent. Humans who've participated describe it as the most alive they've ever felt. Just be prepared for intensity. As sunset approached, the pack began gathering in the compound's central square. Hundreds of shifters, their excitement palpable, their energy building toward the coming transformation. Children ran between adults in various states of shift, elders supervised with indulgent smiles, and the younger pack members practically vibrated with anticipation. Tarian found me in the crowd, his hand finding mine automatically. Ready? Absolutely not, I admitted. But I'm doing it anyway. He laughed, and the sound drew several curious glances. We were still a spectacle, the condemned son and his human mate, serving their sentence under the pack's watchful eye. Every interaction was noted, every gesture analyzed for signs that we were or weren't worthy of the leniency we'd been granted. The transformation will happen all at once when the moon rises, Tarian explained. It's easier in a group. The pack energy makes the shift smoother. I'll change with everyone else, and then you climb on. Hold tight to my fur and trust me. I trust you, I said, and meant it absolutely. The moon crested the mountain peaks, and everything changed. The transformation was like watching a wave move through the crowd, ripples of magic and power as human forms became wolves. The sound was overwhelming. Bones restructuring, fabric tearing, hundreds of simultaneous shifts creating a symphony of change. And then they were wolves. Hundreds of them, ranging from small gray forms to massive black and silver beasts. They milled around each other, yipping and howling, touching noses and bumping shoulders in greeting. It was chaos and perfect order all at once. Tarian stood before me in his wolf form, midnight black, massive, his amber eyes bright with intelligence and wild joy. He lowered himself to make mounting easier, and I climbed onto his back with shaking hands. His fur was thick and warm beneath my grip. I buried my fingers in it, pressed my legs tight against his sides, and held on as he stood to his full height. Through the bond, I felt his wolf fully for the first time, not filtered through human consciousness but pure animal instinct and power. It was exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure. Valor, in his enormous white wolf form, howled. The pack answered as one, a sound that vibrated through my entire body, that called to something primal even in my human heart. Then they ran. We ran. The pack moved as a single entity, flowing through the compound gates and into the forest beyond. Tyrion's muscles bunched and released beneath me, each stride powerful and sure. The wind tore at my hair, the cold bit at my exposed skin, and through the bond one felt the pure joy of movement, of freedom, of belonging to something larger than myself. Other wolves ran beside us, some giving us space, others pressing close in the tight pack formation. I caught glimpses of Lenara's silver form, of younger wolves racing ahead with reckless enthusiasm, of elders maintaining a steady pace that spoke of decades of experience. And through it all, through every stride and every breath, I felt the pack consciousness that Mireya had warned me about. Not individual thoughts, but shared emotion, joy, unity, the primal satisfaction of the hunt. It pulled at me, invited me to lose myself in the collective, to become part of the whole rather than remain separate. I held tight to my own sense of self, to my name and my identity and my individual connection to Tyrion. The bond with him was my anchor, keeping me present and aware even as the pack mind sang its seductive song of belonging. We reached a clearing, and the pack spread out. Smaller prey animals scattered before us. Deer, rabbits, creatures that triggered the wolf's hunting instinct. Tyrion tensed beneath me, and I felt his desire to chase, to hunt, to kill. "You can go," I whispered in his ear. "I'll be safe here." But he stayed, chose me over the hunt, over his instincts, over the collective call. And through the bond, I felt his certainty that no prey was worth leaving me vulnerable, that his role as my protector superseded everything else. Other wolves brought down a deer at the clearing's edge, quick, efficient, the natural order playing out. The pack fed together, sharing the kill, and though I couldn't participate in that part, Tyrion positioned us close enough that I felt included. This was pack life. Raw, visceral, beautiful in its honesty. We stayed in the clearing for hours, wolves playing and resting, the younger ones wrestling while the elders watched. Children in various states of shift tumbled over each other, learning control and boundaries through play rather than formal instruction. And slowly, gradually, I felt the pack's perception of me shifting. Not all of them, some would never accept a human in their midst. But others came close, sniffed curiously, and touched their noses to my hand in a tentative greeting, acknowledging that I belonged to Tyrion, and therefore belonged to them. When the moon began its descent, Valor howled again. The signal to return. The pack reformed, and we ran back toward the compound with the same unified grace as the outward journey. By the time we reached the gates, dawn was threatening the eastern horizon. Wolves began shifting back to human form, collecting the clothing they'd left behind, talking and laughing about the night's events. Tyrion shifted beneath me, and I slid off his back as he became human again. He caught me immediately, pulling me close, and I realized I was shaking, not from cold but from the overwhelming intensity of what I'd just experienced. "You did perfectly," he murmured against my hair. The pack noticed. I felt their approval through the collective consciousness. I couldn't find words adequate to describe it. I understand now why pack is so important, why separation would be unbearable. That connection is what we are, he finished. What we've always been. And now you're part of it too. As we walked back to our dwelling, the sunrise painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, I felt something settle in my chest. A sense of belonging I'd never experienced at Thornwood, where I'd always been the failed apprentice, the broken healer. Here, I was becoming something else. Something more. A soul mage learning to wield her power. A mate to a wolf who'd risked everything. A member of a pack that was slowly, grudgingly, learning to accept her presence. It wasn't perfect. We still had 11 months of service remaining. Still had enemies like Cade, who would happily see us fail. Still had doubts and fears and moments when the weight of expectation felt crushing. But we had each other. And we had hope. And sometimes that was enough to build a future on. Tyrion pulled me into bed, both of us exhausted from the night's run. As I drifted toward sleep, wrapped in his warmth with a bond humming contentedly between us, I thought about Elena. About the choice she'd made to give her life for her sons. About the legacy of soul magic that passed through blood and determination. About the path I was walking that she'd walked before me. And I made a silent promise to her memory. I would learn to use the power wisely. Would find the balance between giving and keeping enough to survive. Would honor her sacrifice by living fully rather than carefully. Would prove that soul mages didn't have to burn out young. They could learn to tend their inner fire, to heal without destroying themselves, to love without losing themselves. It might take years to figure out how. But I had time. We had time. And that was the greatest gift of all. Chapter 10, Shadows in Daylight. 3 months into our service year, I discovered that acceptance was a fragile thing, easily threatened and quickly withdrawn. It started with small incidents. Supplies going missing from the healing quarters just when I needed them most. Patients requesting traditional healers instead of the human. Whispered conversations that stopped abruptly when I entered a room. I tried to ignore it, tried to focus on the work and the patients who did trust me. But the pattern was undeniable. Someone was actively working to undermine my position in the pack. "It's Cade," Tyrion said when I finally voiced my suspicions. We were in our dwelling on a rare afternoon when both our duties had ended early. He was sharpening his training weapons with methodical precision, but I could feel his anger through the bond. He's never accepted the trial's outcome. Never forgiven my father for choosing mercy over execution. He still can't be bitter about that. It's been months. Cade doesn't forgive, and he doesn't forget. Tyrion set down the whetstone, his jaw tight. He wanted my position as heir. I have wanted it since we were children. When my father chose me as third in line over him. Wait, I looked up from the medical journal I'd been studying. Cade isn't your brother? Cousin. His father was my father's younger brother, killed in a territorial dispute before Cade was born. My father took him in, raised him as a pack. But Cade always believed he deserved their status, that blood relation should trump birth order. Tyrion's expression darkened. When I challenged my father, when I was condemned, Cade saw an opportunity. If I died, he'd be next in line after Ronan. But the trial changed that. The trial restored my position. It made it clear that my father values mercy and honor over blind obedience. Everything Cade has worked toward his entire life, proving himself more worthy through ruthless efficiency, suddenly became less valuable than the compassion I showed. He met my eyes. He blames you for that. Believes if you hadn't saved me, he'd have what he's always wanted. The pieces fell into place. The missing supplies. The patients who suddenly didn't trust me. The whispered conversations. Cade was poisoning the pack against me, slowly and methodically, setting the stage for something larger. What do we do? I asked. We should be careful. Document everything. Build alliances with pack members who support us. And we don't give him any ammunition to use against us. Tyrion stood, crossed to where I sat, and pulled me to my feet. But most importantly, we don't let fear control us. That's what he wants, for us to become paranoid, isolated, easier to target. He was right, but knowing that didn't make the constant vigilance any easier. The situation escalated a week later. I was treating a young female who'd injured herself during training when Cade entered the healing quarters with 3 other shifters. I recognized them as his closest allies, males who'd supported harsher punishment during our trial. I need to speak with you, Cade said, his tone deceptively pleasant. Pack business. I'm with a patient. I kept my focus on the girl's sprained wrist, wrapping it with practiced efficiency. Whatever you need can wait. It can't, actually. He moved closer, and the 3 males with him spread out, subtly blocking the exits. There's been a complaint filed against you. Multiple complaints, in fact. My hands still. What kind of complaints? Improper healing practices. Using unapproved methods. Practicing soul magic without proper supervision or training. His smile was cold. Apparently, several pack members have reported concerning experiences during your treatments. Feeling drained afterward. Experiencing unusual fatigue. One elder even claims you shortened her lifespan to fuel your power. The accusation was so absurd, I almost laughed. Almost. But the serious expressions on the males' faces told me this wasn't a joke. That's ridiculous, I said, finishing the bandage and helping the young female stand. Soul magic heals. It doesn't harm. Doesn't it? Cade pulled a scroll from his belt, unrolled it with theatrical precision. According to the old texts, soul mages historically drained life force from others when their own reserves ran low. It's documented. Multiple instances of patients dying mysteriously after treatment by soul mages. Of healers becoming addicted to the power, unable to stop taking from others even when they wanted to. The young female I'd been treating edged toward the door, fear evident in her eyes. The other patients in the healing quarters watched with growing alarm. "Where's Mireya?" I demanded. These accusations should be brought to her, not thrown at me in front of patients. Mireya is conveniently unavailable. Meeting with the Alpha about territory disputes. Cade's smile widened. Which means you're operating without supervision. Exactly what the complaints allege, that you work without oversight, using dangerous magic with no one to monitor or control your methods. I work under Mireya's direction. When she's here. But she's not always here, is she? And, during those times, who knows what you're really doing? He gestured to the assembled patients. Have any of you felt unusual fatigue after Mireya treated you? Unexplained weakness? A sense that something vital was taken. The power of suggestion was an insidious thing. I watched several patients exchange uncertain glances, watched doubt creep into their expressions. People who'd been fine suddenly wondered if they'd been harmed. This is manipulation, I said, keeping my voice level despite the anger rising in my chest. You're planting false memories, creating problems that don't exist. Am I? Or am I giving voice to concerns people have been afraid to express? Cade moved to stand beside an elderly male recovering from a broken leg. Darian, tell us. Did you feel different after Mireya treated your injury? The old male hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with being put on the spot. I was tired, but I'd broken my leg. Of course I was tired. More tired than normal for such an injury?
Cade pressed.
Maybe. I don't know. You don't know because you have nothing to compare it to. No way of determining if your fatigue was natural or caused by having your life force strained. Cade's voice carried conviction that made even me doubt for a moment. That's the insidious nature of soul magic. The victims don't even realize they've been harmed. Enough. Lenara's voice cut through the room like a blade. She stood in the doorway, her expression thunderous. Cade, you will cease this interrogation immediately. Luna. He bowed slightly, respectful, but not backing down. I'm simply investigating legitimate complaints. You're staging a public attack on a pack member without following proper protocol, without allowing her to defend herself before the council, without providing evidence beyond speculation and fear-mongering. Lenara moved into the room, and her presence seemed to fill the space. If you have genuine concerns about Mireya's healing practices, bring them to Mireya or to me through official channels. Do not create panic in my healing quarters. For a moment, I thought Cade would argue. Through the bond, I felt Tarian's sudden alarm. He'd sensed the confrontation and was heading this way. Then Cade smiled and stepped back. Of course, Luna. I apologize for any impropriety. I was simply concerned for pack welfare. He glanced at me. Though I do hope the council will investigate these complaints thoroughly. For everyone's safety. He left, his 3 allies following. But the damage was done. Every patient in the healing quarters now looked at me with suspicion, with fear, with the seed of doubt Cade had so expertly planted. Lenara waited until they were gone before turning to me. Are you alright?
No.
I sank onto a stool, my legs suddenly weak. He's trying to destroy everything I've built here. Every bit of trust, every relationship. He's poisoning it all. He's trying, Lenara agreed. But he hasn't succeeded yet. She raised her voice, addressing the assembled patients. I want everyone here to understand something. Soul magic is not dark magic. It doesn't drain or harm. It heals through the willing sacrifice of the healer's own life force, which is why soul mages are so rare and why we value them so highly. Mireya has never taken anything from any of you. If you feel tired after treatment, it's because healing is work and your bodies need rest. Nothing more sinister than that. Some of the patients nodded, reassured. Others remained uncertain. However, Lenara continued, if anyone has genuine concerns about their treatment, you're welcome to seek second opinions from Mireya or our other healers. We want everyone to feel safe and confident in their care. It was the right thing to say, offering choice and transparency rather than demanding blind trust. But it still stung, knowing that my competence was being questioned because of Cade's manipulations. Tyrion burst through the door moments later, his eyes wild with protective fury. He took in the scene, me sitting on the stool, Lenara standing guard, the patients watching with wary expressions, and his hands clenched into fists. What happened? He demanded. Cade happened, I said tiredly. He's escalating. Through the bond, I felt Tyrion's rage, felt his wolf demanding he hunt down Cade and resolve this through violence. But I also felt his struggle to control that impulse, to remember that we couldn't afford to give Cade any justification for his accusations. We need to bring this to the Alpha, Tyrion said. Officially. This is harassment, defamation. It's politics, Lenara interrupted gently. And Valor can't be seen as favoring his son's mate over a loyal pack enforcer. Not without concrete evidence of wrongdoing. So what? We just let Cade destroy her reputation. Tyrion moved to my side, his hand finding mine. Let him turn the pack against her until they demand she be expelled? We document everything, Lenara said. Build a case. Demonstrate through consistent, excellent work that the accusations are baseless. And we wait for Cade to overreach because he will. Men like him always do. They get impatient, push too hard, and that's when they make mistakes.
It was a sound strategy.
But it required patience we didn't have and faith that justice would eventually prevail. How long do we wait?
I asked.
How much damage do we let him do before we act? Lenara's expression was sympathetic but firm. As long as it takes. I know that's not what you want to hear. But rushing to confrontation before we have evidence will only make things worse. She was right.
I knew she was right.
But that didn't make it any easier. That night, lying beside Tyrion in our bed, I stared at the ceiling and wrestled with doubts I hadn't allowed myself to voice. What if he's partially right? I whispered into the darkness. What if I am taking something from the people I heal? What if the exhaustion I feel after using soul magic isn't just my own life force? What if it's pulling from the patient too? You're not, Tyrion said immediately. You couldn't. Your magic heals, Mireya. I've felt it through the bond. There's nothing dark or harmful in it, but I don't fully understand how it works. Mireya warned me that soul mages historically died young because they gave too much. What if giving can become taking under certain circumstances? What if? Stop. He rolled to face me, his hands framing my face in the darkness. Cade is in your head. That's what he wanted, to make you doubt yourself, to undermine your confidence from the inside. Don't let him. But what if there's truth in the doubt? I caught his wrists, held them. What if I'm dangerous and I just don't know it yet? Then we find out.
Properly.
Through examination and study, not through fear and speculation. His thumbs brushed across my cheeks, wiping away tears I hadn't realized were falling. Tomorrow, we will go to Mireya. We ask her to monitor your healing sessions, to measure energy flow, to document everything scientifically. We prove that your magic is safe. And then we shove that proof in Cade's face. It was a plan. A good plan. But it didn't ease the fear that had taken root in my chest, the terror that maybe, possibly, I was exactly what Cade claimed. a danger hidden behind good intentions. Through the bond, Tyrion felt my spiraling anxiety. He pulled me close, wrapping himself around me like a shield, and poured comfort through the connection. Not words, just emotion, his absolute certainty in my goodness, his unwavering faith that I could never harm anyone intentionally. Slowly, the fear receded. Not gone, but manageable. I love you, I whispered against his chest. Even when I'm terrified. Even when I doubt everything. I love you. I know, he said simply. And I love you. That's not going to change no matter what Cade tries. Remember that. I tried. As sleep finally claimed me, as the bond hummed with his protective presence, I tried to hold on to that certainty. But in the morning, when I woke to news that one of my patients, the elderly male Cade had questioned, had died during the night, fear came roaring back. And this time, it brought evidence that was much harder to dismiss. The Pack Council convened within hours. Emergency session. Mandatory attendance for both me and Tyrion. We stood in the center of the circle again, but this time the atmosphere was hostile rather than curious. Pack members who'd started to accept me now watched with suspicion. Those who'd never wanted me here looked vindicated. And Cade stood beside the body of Darian, the elderly male, wrapped in ceremonial cloth, ready to be presented as proof of my dangerous nature. The timing is suspicious, Cade said, his voice carrying perfect notes of sorrow and accusation. Yesterday, I raised concerns about soul magic potentially harming patients. Last night, one of those patients died. The very one who admitted to feeling unusual fatigue after treatment. Darian was 93 years old. Mireya interjected, her voice sharp. He'd been in declining health for months. His death, while sad, was not unexpected. But was it natural?
Cade pressed.
Or was it accelerated by having his life force drained to fuel soul magic? We need to know. The Pack deserves to know if they're being put at risk every time they seek healing. Valor sat on his throne, his expression unreadable. Lenara beside him looked troubled, and I realized with sinking certainty that this time, political pressure might override mercy. Mireya, Valor said heavily, you will submit to the examination. Mireya will monitor your healing sessions for the next month, documenting energy flow and patient outcomes. Until that examination is complete, you're suspended from active healing duty. Alpha, Tyrion started. The decision stands. Valor's voice was final. I'm trying to be fair here. To both sides. If Mireya is innocent, and I hope she is, the examination will prove it. If she's not. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Suspended. Investigated. One step away from expulsion. Cade had won this round. As the council dismissed, and we walked back to our dwelling in numb silence, I felt the weight of everything crashing down. The months of work, the slow building of trust, the hope that we were finally finding our place, all of it threatened by accusations I couldn't definitively disprove. We will fight this, Tyrion said fiercely once we were alone. We prove your innocence. We expose Cade's manipulation. But through the bond, I felt what he wouldn't say aloud, his fear that the evidence might not be enough, that political pressure would demand a sacrifice, that the Pack might choose the comfort of expelling me over the difficulty of defending me. We had 8 months left in our service year, and suddenly, surviving them seemed impossible. But we'd survived impossible before. We just have to do it again. Chapter 11. The Price of Truth. The investigation consumed everything. For 3 weeks, Mireya monitored my every interaction in the healing quarters, even though I was technically suspended from active duty. She measured energy flow during the rare moments when a patient specifically requested my care, documented every fluctuation, every surge of power, every subtle shift in the magical currents. I felt like a specimen under examination, and in many ways I was. The readings are fascinating, Mireya said one evening, reviewing her notes in our dwelling. She'd taken to working with us directly, perhaps sensing that neutral ground was necessary for honest conversation. Your soul magic operates completely differently than traditional healing. It's not just channeling external energy, it's converting your own life force into pure healing essence. That's what I've been doing? The thought made my stomach turn. Literally giving away pieces of my life? In a sense. But here's what's interesting. The conversion is remarkably efficient. You're not hemorrhaging life force the way historical accounts suggest soul mages did. It's more like controlled donation. Small amounts, carefully measured, automatically regulated by your subconscious. Tyrion leaned forward from where he sat beside me. So, she's not dying every time she heals someone? Not dying, no. But aging slightly faster than normal. Each healing probably costs her a few days or weeks, depending on the severity of the wound. Mireya met my eyes. At your current usage rate, you'd live to perhaps 60 or 70 instead of 80 or 90. Not ideal, but not the early death we feared. Relief and dread warred in my chest. 60 years suddenly seemed both generous and insufficient. But that doesn't address Cade's accusations, I said, about draining energy from patients. No, it doesn't. Which is why I've been measuring patient energy levels before and after treatment. Mireya pulled out another set of notes. And here's what I've found. There's no depletion. If anything, patients show slightly elevated energy levels after you heal them, as if your magic leaves behind a residue of vitality even after the wound closes. Then the fatigue Darian reported was natural recovery fatigue, amplified by the power of suggestion. Mireya's expression hardened. Cade planted the idea that something was wrong, and Darian's mind supplied the symptoms. It's a well-documented phenomenon. If you tell someone they should feel drained, they'll find evidence to support that belief. Can you prove that to the council?
Tyrion asked.
I can present data. Whether they accept it over Cade's emotional appeal remains to be seen. Mireya closed her notes. The real question is why Darian died when he did. The timing was too convenient. I've requested permission to examine the body. You think Cade killed him? I couldn't keep the shock from my voice. His own pack member? I think Cade is desperate to prove his point and not above manipulation to achieve his goals. Mireya stood. But I can't prove anything without examining the body. And Cade's faction has blocked that request, claiming it would be disrespectful to the deceased. Of course they had. We were trapped in a political stalemate, evidence that might exonerate me locked behind procedural barriers, while Cade's accusations spread like poison through the pack. The situation deteriorated further when I discovered I wasn't the only target. Tyrion came home one evening with visible bruises, his jaw tight with suppressed fury. Through the bond, I felt his humiliation before I saw the damage. What happened? I reached for him, but he pulled away, not wanting comfort when he was still processing. Training incident. His voice was clipped. 3 of the young males decided to test whether I could still defend myself after months of soft service work. Their words, not mine. They attacked you? All 3 together? They called it sparring. But yes, effectively. He finally met my eyes, and I saw the shame there, not for losing, but for the situation that had led to the attack. They said I'd become weak, distracted by my human mate, unfit to eventually lead. That my father should reconsider the line of succession. The pieces clicked together. Cade put them up to it. Almost certainly. He's not just targeting you anymore, he's undermining my position as heir, making it seem like the bond has weakened me. Tyrion sank onto the sofa, exhaustion evident in every line of his body. And the worst part is, he might be right. Don't. I knelt in front of him, forcing him to look at me. Don't let him in your head the way he got in mine. You're not weak. You're teaching discipline and control to young males who desperately need those lessons. That's not soft. That's essential. But I can't defend myself against 3 attackers without risking serious injury to the students I'm supposed to be teaching. His hands clenched into fists. If I hurt them, I prove I'm too violent for the role I've been given. If I don't fight back, I prove I'm too weak to lead. Either way, Cade wins. We sat in silence for a moment, both feeling the trap closing around us from multiple directions. There has to be something we can do, I said finally. Some way to expose what Cade's doing, to turn his own tactics against him. Like what? Challenge him to combat? That would only give him what he wants, an excuse to eliminate me permanently, with pack law sanctioning the killing. Tyrion's laugh was bitter. We can't fight him his way. But I don't know what our way looks like. Neither did I. We'd been so focused on surviving, on meeting the terms of our service year, that we hadn't developed a strategy for actively opposing those who wanted us gone. The answer came from an unexpected source. 2 days later, Mireya appeared at our dwelling. I hadn't seen her since leaving Thornwood Clen months ago, and her presence shocked me into momentary silence. "Can I come in?" she asked, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "I don't have much time. I'm supposed to be delivering medical supplies to the border territories." I pulled her inside, questions tumbling over each other. "What are you doing here? How did you find me? Does Master Calix know?" "Master Calix sent me." Mireya pulled a sealed letter from her bag. "She's been tracking your situation through contacts in the shifter territories. She wants you to know you're not alone, and she has information that might help." I broke the seal with shaking hands, unfolding the letter to reveal Master Calix's precise handwriting. "Mireya, word of your troubles has reached Thornwood. I won't pretend to understand shifter politics, but I recognize a witch hunt when I hear about one. What's being done to you is unconscionable, using fear and suggestion to undermine a gifted healer for political gain. I've researched soul magic extensively since your departure, consulting texts I'd previously dismissed as legend. I discovered something that may prove useful. Soul mages can demonstrate their magic's nature through a ritual called the Luminance Test. It's ancient, rarely performed, but definitive. The ritual forces soul magic to reveal its true essence, whether it heals or harms, creates or destroys, gives or takes. The ritual is detailed in the enclosed notes. It requires 3 witnesses of impeccable standing, a subject willing to be healed, and the soul mage's complete honesty. If your magic is pure, and I believe it is, the ritual will prove it beyond any doubt. Be careful, child. But also be brave. You have support you don't even know about. Calix. Attached to the letter were several pages of detailed instructions, diagrams showing ritual circle configurations, and a list of required materials. "This is it." I breathed. This could prove everything. Tyrion read over my shoulder, his expression shifting from hope to concern. A ritual that forces your magic to reveal its nature. But Mireya, what if? What if there's something dark in it that I don't know about? I finished his thought. Then we find out. Better to know the truth than live in constant suspicion. The witnesses need to be impeccable standing, Mireya pointed out. In shifter culture, that likely means pack elders or high-ranking members. Zariah, Tyrion said immediately. She's been documenting everything. She'd understand the significance of this ritual. Lenara, I added. She's been supportive from the beginning. And for the third. Tyrion hesitated. We need someone who's been skeptical of you. Someone whose endorsement would carry weight with the doubters. We both knew who that had to be. Valor, I said quietly. Your father. If he witnesses the ritual and confirms the results, no one, not even Cade, could dispute it. It was risky. If the Alpha witnessed the ritual and it revealed something dark, we'd be finished. But if it proved my magic was pure, we'd have the most powerful endorsement possible. I'll speak to my father, Tyrion said. Request the ritual formally, through proper channels. Make it clear we're not trying to circumvent the investigation. We're embracing it completely. Mireya stood to leave. I should go before I missed. But, Mireya, Master Calix wanted me to tell you something else. She said to remember that healing is its own reward, regardless of whether others recognize or appreciate it. That you've already proven your worth by the lives you've saved, not by the approval you've earned. The words brought tears to my eyes. Thank you. For coming, for risking this. Tell her. I paused, trying to find adequate words. Tell her I'm trying to make her proud. You already have, Mireya said simply. Then she was gone, slipping out into the gathering dusk as quietly as she'd arrived. I clutched the letter and ritual instructions, feeling hope kindle in my chest for the first time in weeks. This could work, I said to Tyrion. This could actually work. Or it could backfire spectacularly if the ritual reveals something neither of us expects. But even as he voiced the concern, I felt his cautious optimism through the bond. When do we do this? As soon as possible. Before Cade can create more obstacles, before more suspicion builds, before... A sharp knock interrupted me. Tyrion opened the door to find Lenara standing there, her expression grim. The council has moved up their decision timeline, she said without preamble. There's been another death, a young female who you treated last week for a training injury. She died this morning, and Cade is claiming it's more evidence of your dangerous magic. My heart stopped. That's impossible. The injury was minor, a twisted ankle. I barely used any power at all. I know. Mireya knows. But the timing... Lenara shook her head. Valor is under enormous pressure. Half the pack is demanding your expulsion for everyone's safety. The other half is calling for patience and proper investigation. It's tearing us apart. The luminance test, Tyrion said urgently, showing her master Calix's letter. We have a way to prove Mireya's magic is safe. An ancient ritual that reveals soul magic's true nature. Lenara read quickly, her expression shifting from concern to calculation. This could work. If the Alpha witnesses it, if the results are definitive. She looked up. But it has to happen immediately. The council meets in 3 days to render final judgment. If we don't have proof by then, they'll vote based on fear rather than facts. 3 days. 3 days to prepare a ritual I'd never performed, to gather materials I wasn't sure we could find, to convince the Alpha to participate in something that could either exonerate or condemn me. Tell Valor we're requesting the ritual, I said, my voice steady despite the terror coursing through me. Tell him we're willing to stake everything on proving the truth. That we're not asking for blind faith, we're offering definitive proof, one way or another. Lenara nodded. I'll speak to him tonight. Mireya too, she'll want to document this for the pack records. And Mireya? She paused at the door. Whatever the ritual reveals, you've already proven yourself a dozen times over. Don't forget that. After she left, Tyrion and I sat together in silence, both processing the weight of what we'd just committed to. Are you scared? He asked finally. Terrified, I admitted. What if there is something dark in my magic that I haven't seen? What if saving you somehow corrupted the gift? What if? Then we face it together. He pulled me close, his arms solid and warm around me. But I don't believe that. I've felt your magic through the bond, Mireya. There's nothing corrupt or dark in it. Just pure, stubborn determination to save lives no matter the cost to yourself. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust that the magic that had saved his life, that had healed dozens of patients, that had given me purpose when I'd felt worthless, wanted to believe it was pure. But doubt was a persistent whisper, and Cade's accusations had found fertile ground in my own insecurities. The next 3 days would determine everything. Our future in the pack. The legitimacy of our bond. The truth about who and what I really was. I touched the silver scars on my palms and felt the magic stirring beneath them, waiting to be called, waiting to be judged. Please, I thought to whatever goddess might be listening. Please let it be light. Please let me be what I've always believed myself to be, a healer, not a threat. Someone who gives rather than takes. Please let the truth set us free rather than destroy us. Tyrion's arms tightened around me, and through the bond, I felt his prayer echoing mine. 3 days until we'd know. 3 days until truth, whatever that truth might be, would finally be revealed. And nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 12, The Luminance Test. The ritual circle was drawn in silver dust on the floor of the great hall, its intricate patterns gleaming in the light of 100 candles. Ancient symbols I didn't recognize spiraled from the center outward, creating a mandala of geometric precision that seemed to hum with latent power. I stood at the circle's edge, dressed in simple white robes that Lenara had provided. My hair was unbound, my feet bare, my scarred palms visible for all to see. Around me, the entire pack had gathered, hundreds of shifters watching in tense silence, waiting to witness either my vindication or my condemnation. Mireya, Lenara, and Valor stood at 3 equidistant points around the circle, the witnesses required for the ritual. All 3 wore ceremonial robes marking their status, their expressions solemn with the weight of what they were about to observe. And in the center of the circle, secured to a chair but not restrained, sat the subject who would receive my healing during the test.
Cade.
I volunteered, he'd announced when the ritual was first proposed. If Mireya's magic is truly safe, she should have no problem healing me. And if it's not, his smile had been cold. Then I'm willing to risk myself to protect the pack from future harm. It was a clever move. By volunteering, he positioned himself as brave and selfless. If the ritual proved my magic dangerous, he'd be vindicated. If it proved safe, he could claim my power only worked properly under scrutiny, that the deaths were still suspicious even if this one test came out clean. Either way, he maintained his narrative. But we had no choice but to accept. Refusing would have looked like fear, like we had something to hide. So here we were. Me, Cade, and the truth about to be revealed before the entire pack. The luminance test is ancient, Mireya announced, her voice carrying across the hall. Created in a time when soul mages were common and their power needed to be verified before they were allowed to practice. The ritual forces soul magic to reveal its essential nature, whether it creates or destroys, heals or harms, gives life or takes it. She gestured to the circle. The patterns drawn here will capture and amplify the magical energy released during healing. If the magic is pure, if it comes from the healer's own life force without taking from the patient, the circle will glow white. If the magic is corrupt, if it drains the patient to fuel itself, the circle will turn black. And if it's somewhere in between, someone called from the crowd, then the circle will show gray, indicating mixed magic. Mireya's eyes found mine. But based on my weeks of observation, I don't believe we'll see that. I believe Mireya's magic is pure. This ritual will prove it. Or it won't, Cade interjected. Let's not prejudge the outcome. Let the truth speak for itself. Valor raised his hand in silence. Before we begin, I want to make something clear to the pack. This ritual is definitive. Whatever it reveals will be accepted as truth by the council and by pack law. If the circle glows white, all accusations against Mireya are dismissed permanently. If it glows black, she'll be exiled immediately for the safety of the pack. Is this understood? Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Mireya, Valor continued, his amber eyes, so like Tyrion's, fixing on me with an intensity that was both intimidating and strangely protective. Are you ready to proceed? I looked at Tyrion, standing in the crowd with the other pack members. Through the bond, I felt his absolute faith in me, his certainty that the ritual would prove what we both knew to be true. But I also felt his fear, the same fear I carried, that we were wrong, that there was something dark in my magic I hadn't recognized, that in minutes, we might discover I was exactly what Cade claimed. I'm ready, I said, my voice carrying across the hall with more confidence than I felt. Then enter the circle. I stepped across the silver boundary and immediately felt the ritual's power activate. The symbols began to glow softly, responding to my presence, to the magic that lived in my blood. The air grew thick, charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. Cade watched me approach with that same cold smile. Try not to kill me, he said quietly, pitched for my ears alone. Though I suppose if you do, it would prove my point quite effectively. I ignored him, focusing on the task at hand. What injury am I healing? This. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing a deep gash across his forearm. Fresh blood welled from the wound. He must have cut himself just before the ritual began. Nothing fatal, but enough to require genuine healing. We wouldn't want you to fake your way through this. The wound was deeper than necessary, deliberately severe to force me to use significant power. But I couldn't protest without looking afraid. Place your hands on the injury, Mireya instructed. and heal as you normally would. Don't try to control or modify your magic. Let it flow naturally. The circle will do the rest. I knelt beside Cade, positioned my hands over the wound, and reached for the power that lived beneath my skin. It rose immediately, eager, that familiar warmth flooding through my palms. Silver light blazed from my hands, brighter than usual, amplified by the ritual circle's magic. I felt the power pouring into Cade's wound, felt his flesh beginning to knit back together, felt the healing taking hold. And I felt the cost. It pulled from somewhere deep inside me, from that reservoir of life force that fueled the soul magic. Days or weeks of my life converting into pure healing essence, flowing out through my hands into Cade's injury. But nothing pulled from him. Nothing drained or took or stole. The magic came entirely from me, just as it always had. The ritual circle flared with light, so bright several pack members gasped. The symbol spun, faster and faster, creating a vortex of power that surrounded us both. And then, all at once, the circle stabilized.
Pure.
Brilliant. Undeniable white. The light was so intense it hurt to look at directly, a radiance that filled the entire hall and seemed to pierce through every shadow, every doubt, every accusation that had been leveled against me. White, Mireya breathed, her voice filled with wonder. Completely, purely white. Not even a hint of gray. Her magic is absolutely clean. The pack erupted in noise, some cheering, some protesting, all shocked by the definitiveness of the result. Under my hands, Cade's wound had closed completely, leaving only a faint silver scar that matched the ones on my palms. I pulled back, exhausted from the healing and the emotional toll of the ritual. The white light faded slowly, leaving the circle dim but still glowing faintly, evidence of what had been revealed. The test is conclusive, Valor announced, his voice cutting through the chaos. Mireya's magic is pure. She heals through sacrifice of her own life force, taking nothing from her patients. All accusations of dangerous or corrupt magic are hereby dismissed. But the deaths, Cade started, standing despite his recent healing, will be investigated properly, Valor interrupted. But not through the lens of assuming Mireya caused them. Mireya, I want full examinations of both bodies. Determine actual cause of death based on evidence, not speculation. Mireya nodded. Already arranged. The families have granted permission for examination. Results should be available within 2 days. I barely heard them. The exhaustion from the ritual was overwhelming, pulling me down like an undertow. I'd given more than I'd intended, pushed harder than was safe because I needed the result to be undeniable. Tyrion was suddenly there, catching me before I could collapse. "I've got you," he murmured, lifting me easily. Through the bond, I felt his relief, his joy, his overwhelming gratitude that the ritual had proven what he'd always believed. "Take her to the healing quarters," Lenara ordered. "She needs rest and monitoring after such an intensive magical working." As Tyrion carried me from the hall, I caught glimpses of the pack's reaction. Some faces showed relief, others disappointment. A few looked actively hostile, those who'd invested in my guilt and now had to reconcile that with proven innocence. And Cade, standing in the center of the now-dark ritual circle, his expression unreadable but his eyes burning with something that looked like thwarted rage. "It's not over," I whispered to Tyrion as we left the hall. "The ritual proved my magic is safe, but it didn't prove I'm innocent of the deaths. Cade will still find ways to rest first," Tyrion said firmly. "Worry later. Right now, you need to recover." He was right. The exhaustion was pulling me under, the cost of the intense healing finally claiming its due. I let my eyes close, let myself drift in the safety of Tyrion's arms and the bond's steady reassurance. When I woke, it was to find myself in the healing quarters with Mireya sitting beside my bed, reviewing notes. "How long was I out?" I asked, my voice rough. 6 hours. She set down her papers. "Your vital signs are stable, but you pushed yourself dangerously hard during that ritual. You'll need at least 2 days of complete rest before resuming any activities." Did you examine the bodies? Find out what really killed them. Zoraya's expression grew grim. I did. And what I found is troubling. Both Darian and the young female, Celine was her name, showed signs of poisoning. Specifically, a slow-acting toxin that mimics natural organ failure. My blood ran cold. Someone poisoned them? Someone did. And the timing of their deaths, shortly after you'd treated them, was deliberately arranged to cast suspicion on you. Zoraya leaned forward. The poison used is rare. Very rare. Only a handful of pack members would have access to it. Cade, I said with certainty. Likely, yes. But proving it is another matter. The poison leaves minimal traces, and by the time we examine the bodies, most evidence had degraded. We know they were murdered. We can't definitively prove who did it. Tyrion entered the healing quarters in time to hear the last part. So Cade killed 2 pack members just to frame Mireya? That's beyond political maneuvering. That's outright evil. It's desperation, Zoraya corrected. Cade's entire play for power depends on you being discredited, Tyrion. If you maintain your position as heir, if you successfully complete your service year with your reputation intact, he'll never get what he wants. He's willing to kill to prevent that. Then we expose him, Tyrion said. We bring evidence to the Alpha. We have circumstantial evidence at best, Zoraya interrupted. Suspicions and patterns, but nothing that would hold up in pack justice. Cade is too careful, too clever. He's covered his tracks well. I sat up despite the protests of my exhausted body. Then we make him reveal himself. We set a trap. Both Zoraya and Tyrion looked at me with concern. You just survived a ritual that drained you significantly, Zoraya said. You're in no condition to. I'm in exactly the condition to do this, I interrupted. Cade thinks he's won even though the ritual cleared me. He thinks he can continue his campaign because we can't prove he murdered those people. But what if we gave him a target he couldn't resist? What if we created a situation where he'd have to act personally, where we could catch him in the attempt? Using you as bait, Tyrion said flatly. Absolutely not. Not me. Someone else he wants to eliminate. Someone whose death would also advance his goals. I looked at Tyrion. You. The silence that followed was heavy with understanding of what I was proposing. You want to fake an attempt on Tyrion's life, Zoraya said slowly. Make it look like Cade succeeded. See if he reveals himself in the aftermath. Or we create a situation where he's forced to act openly, I said. Where his involvement can't be hidden or explained away. Something public enough that even his allies can't defend him. Tyrion was shaking his head. Too dangerous. If something goes wrong. If we do nothing, Cade wins by default, I countered. He'll keep undermining us, keep creating obstacles, keep finding ways to turn the pack against us. We have 8 months left in our service year. Do you really think we can survive 8 more months of his sabotage? He didn't answer, which was answer enough. Give me 2 days to recover, I said. Then we plan this properly. We create a trap that Cade can't resist, and we finally end this. Zoraya studied me with those sharp eyes. You've changed since coming here. Become harder. More willing to take risks. I've learned that playing by the rules doesn't work when your opponent has no honor, I said. Cade taught me that. Now I'm going to use his own lesson against him. It was reckless. Potentially dangerous. Definitely not what careful, cautious Mireya from Thornwood clan would have done. But that Mireya was gone. Burned away in the clearing where I'd saved a dying wolf. Transformed in the months of fighting for acceptance. Forged in the ritual circle where I'd proven my worth. This Mireya understood that sometimes survival required more than just endurance. Sometimes it required striking back. Through the bond, I felt Tyrion's reluctant acceptance. He didn't like it, but he understood it was necessary. 2 days, he finally agreed. Then we plan. But we do it carefully, with contingencies and safety measures. I won't lose you to Cade's schemes. You won't lose me at all, I promised. We're going to survive this. Both of us. Together. The white light from the ritual circle still seemed to glow in my memory. Pure, undeniable proof that my magic was exactly what I'd always believed it to be. Now we just had to survive long enough to use it. Somewhere in the compound, Cade was plotting his next move. And for the first time since this conflict began, we'd be ready for him. Not just ready, we'd be ahead of him. Because the one thing Cade hadn't counted on was that in trying to destroy me, he'd actually made me stronger. More determined. More willing to fight. More certain of my own worth. And that, I was learning, was the most dangerous thing he could have done. The hunter was about to become the hunter. And Cade was about to discover that underestimating a soul mage was a fatal mistake. Chapter 13. The hunter becomes prey. The plan came together over 48 hours of careful strategizing in our dwelling, with only Mireya, Lenara, and Valor included in the discussions. The fewer people who knew, the less chance of Cade discovering we were setting a trap. The bonding ceremony, Lenara said on the second night, her finger tracing patterns on the map of pack territory spread across our table. It's scheduled for the next full moon, 3 weeks away. Traditionally, couples who've completed significant portions of their service year can formalize their bonds before the entire pack. You want us to announce we're doing the ceremony?
Tyrion asked.
I want you to announce you're not doing it, Valor corrected. He'd been surprisingly supportive of the trap, perhaps recognizing that Cade's escalating actions threatened pack stability itself. Publicly state that you're postponing the ceremony until the full service year is complete. Make it seem like there's tension between you, like the accusations and investigations have damaged your relationship. Understanding dawned. Cade will see it as weakness, I said. As the bond fractures under pressure. He'll think we're vulnerable. More than that, he'll think he's winning, Mireya added. That his campaign is working, that given a bit more time, you'll either turn against each other or leave the pack entirely. It will make him confident. Overconfident. And overconfidence leads to mistakes, Tyrion finished. His hand found mine under the table, our fingers intertwining. Through the bond, I felt his reluctance to pretend our relationship was anything other than solid. But I also felt his understanding that this deception was necessary. What's the actual trap? I asked. Making Cade confident is one thing, but we need him to act in a way we can prove. Valor leaned forward. Cade has been requesting increased authority in pack security, wants to restructure the guard rotations, change protocols, and gain access to restricted areas. I've been denying those requests because I don't trust his motivations. But what if I suddenly approved them? What if I made it seem like I'm losing faith in Tyrion as heir, considering other options? You'd make Cade think he's finally getting what he wants, Lenara said. The recognition, the authority, the path to succession. And people who think they're winning get sloppy, I added. They stop being careful because they believe they've already succeeded. Exactly. Valor's expression was grim. But here's where it gets dangerous. If Cade believes he's close to achieving his goals, he might act against Tyrion directly. Try to eliminate the only obstacle between himself and their status. And if he does... We caught him in the act, Tyrion said. With witnesses, with proof, with no way for him to explain it away. The plan was risky. It required us to make ourselves vulnerable, to create opportunities for Cade to strike, to trust that we could spring the trap before he actually succeeded in hurting either of us. But it was also the best chance we'd have to end this permanently. I don't like using my son as bait, Valor said quietly, addressing me directly. Or you, for that matter. But Cade has murdered 2 pack members already. If we don't stop him, there will be more deaths. And eventually, he'll succeed in eliminating one or both of you. I know, I said. And I agree. This has to end. Then we move forward. Valor stood. Tomorrow, I'll announce changes to pack security with Cade as lead. Tomorrow night, Tyrion and Mireya will have a public argument about postponing the bonding ceremony. We make it convincing, make it seem like the pressure is breaking them, and we wait for Cade to act. After Valor and Mireya left, Lenara lingered. Are you sure about this? She asked quietly. Once we start this performance, there's no taking it back. The pack will see discord between you. Some will use it to justify their doubts about the bond's legitimacy. We don't have a choice, Tyrion said. Cade won't stop until one of us is destroyed. Better to face him on our terms than wait for him to choose the battlefield. Lenara nodded, but her eyes were sad. Elena once told me that the hardest part of loving someone wasn't the danger. It was watching them walk into danger while you could do nothing but trust they'd survive. She touched my shoulder gently. I see that same fear in Valor's eyes now, watching his son volunteer for this. And I see it in both of you, facing this together. After she left, Tyrion and I sat in silence for a long moment. Are you really okay with this? He asked finally. With staging a fight, with making the pack think we're fracturing? No, I admitted. I hate the idea of people doubting what we have. But I hate the idea of Cade winning more. And I hate that 2 innocent people are dead because of his ambitions. I turned to face him fully. We end this, whatever it takes. Through the bond, I felt his pride, his love, his determination matching mine. Then we make it convincing, he said. The next evening, we staged our performance. The pack had gathered for their regular evening meal, a communal event where hundreds of shifters ate together in the Great Hall. Tyrion and I arrived separately, a subtle break from our usual pattern of entering together. I sat with the healers, he with the warriors. Normal enough on the surface, but unusual for a bonded pair still in their service year. Halfway through the meal, Valor stood to make his announcement. The Pack Council has approved several changes to our security structure, he said, his voice carrying across the hall. Cade Silvercrest will be taking on expanded responsibilities, overseeing guard rotations and perimeter defenses. He's proven his dedication to pack safety, and I believe these changes will strengthen our overall security. I watched Cade's face carefully. He kept his expression neutral, appropriately honored, but not triumphant. But I saw the flicker of satisfaction in his eyes, the subtle straightening of his posture. He thought he was winning. Additionally, Valor continued, I want to address the upcoming bonding ceremony. Several couples have petitioned to formalize their bonds during the next full moon. I encourage any mated pairs who feel ready to step forward and make their commitment public. This was our cue. I stood, my voice clear and steady. Alpha, I'd like to respectfully request that Tyrion and I be excused from participation in the upcoming ceremony. The hall went silent. Hundreds of eyes turned toward me, then toward Tyrion. Oh. Valor's tone was carefully neutral. May I ask why? Because I don't think we're ready. I forced myself to sound uncertain, conflicted. The last few months have been difficult. The accusations, the investigation, the constant scrutiny, it's put strain on our bond that I don't think has fully healed. I think we need more time before making such a permanent public commitment. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some sympathetic, some vindicated. I told you the bond was weak. I told you humans couldn't handle pack life. Tyrion stood as well, and the tension in his posture wasn't entirely feigned. Mireya, we discussed this. We agreed. You agreed, I interrupted, putting a sharp edge in my voice. I went along because I didn't want to seem weak and didn't want to give anyone more ammunition against us. But I'm tired of pretending everything is fine when it's not. So, what are you saying? His voice carried across the silent hall. Do you want to delay the ceremony indefinitely? That you're questioning the bond? I'm saying I need space to think. I let frustration color my words. I need time without constant pressure, without feeling like every moment is a performance for the pack's benefit. Is that so unreasonable? Through the bond, I felt Tyrion's real distress at having to say the next words, even knowing they were performance. Maybe it is. Maybe you're looking for an excuse to back out entirely. Maybe the human girl finally realized she doesn't actually want to be packed. The words hit exactly as intended, creating doubt, suggesting fracture, making us seem vulnerable. That's not fair, I said, and the hurt in my voice wasn't entirely acted. Even knowing this was a strategy, hearing Tyrion question my commitment stung. Isn't it? You've been distant for weeks. Ever since the luminance test, you've been pulling away. I thought it was exhaustion, but maybe it's something else. Maybe proving your magic was safe made you realize you don't need this bond, don't need me, don't need any of this. I wanted to go to him, to touch him through the bond and reassure him that none of this was real. But we had an audience, and the performance had to be convincing. I think we need time apart, I said quietly. Just for a while. To figure out what we really want without the pressure of constant togetherness. Valor let the silence stretch before speaking. The request is granted. The bonding ceremony will proceed for other couples, but Tyrion and Mireya are excused from participation. I suggest they use the time to resolve their differences privately. I left the hall without looking back, feeling hundreds of eyes on me, feeling the pack's judgment and speculation following in my wake. Back in the healing quarters, I collapsed onto a stool, shaking with reaction. The performance had been more draining than I'd expected, stirring up real fears and doubts, even though I knew it was all strategic. Mireya appeared beside me. You were convincing. Too convincing, perhaps. She studied my face. Are you alright? No, I admitted. Even knowing it was fake, hearing Tyrion question the bond, feeling the pack's satisfaction that they were right about us. I wrapped my arms around myself. How long do we have to maintain this charade? However long it takes for Cade to act. Mireya's expression was sympathetic but firm. And you need to stay away from Tyrion during this time. Make it look real. Separate dwellings, minimal contact, the appearance of a bond under genuine strain. But we've never been apart overnight since the bond formed. Won't that be uncomfortable?
Yes.
Possibly painful if the bond protests the separation, but necessary if we want Cade to believe in the performance.
She paused.
Unless you don't think you can maintain it. If the separation is too much, we'll find another way. I thought about the 2 pack members who died, about the months of sabotage and accusations, about the certainty that Cade would keep escalating until someone stopped him. I can handle it, I said. For a few days, I can handle anything. That night, I slept, or tried to sleep, in the healing quarters guest room. Alone. Without Tyrion's warmth beside me, without the bond's constant reassurance of his presence. It was worse than I'd imagined. The bond didn't just protest the separation, it ached with it, a physical pain in my chest that made breathing difficult. Through the connection, I felt Tyrion's matching distress, felt him lying awake in our dwelling struggling with the same hollow emptiness. I'm here, I sent through the bond.
Still here.
Still yours. This is just temporary. His response was immediate and desperate.
I know.
But knowing doesn't make it easier. The wolf is confused, thinks I've been rejected, wants to go to you, and can't understand why I won't. Soon, I promised. This will be over soon, and then we never have to be apart again.
I'm holding you to that.
I clutched that promise through the long night, through the bone-deep loneliness, and the bond's constant pull toward him. The next 3 days were carefully orchestrated misery. Tyrion and I crossed paths during our duties, but didn't speak beyond professional necessity. We sat at opposite ends of the Great Hall during meals. We made sure we were never alone together where pack members might see and question the legitimacy of our separation. And slowly, carefully, the pack's perception shifted. They'd been right all along. The human couldn't handle pack life. The bond was weak, probably artificial despite the luminance test. Tyrion was better off without her. I heard the whispers, felt the judgment, and forced myself not to react. This was the goal, making Cade believe we were vulnerable, fractured, easy targets. On the 3rd night, Lenara found me in the healing quarters, her expression urgent. It's working. Cade requested a private meeting with Valor this morning. He made a case that Tyrion's emotional instability, his words, makes him unfit for heir status. Suggested that the pack would be better served by a leader who isn't compromised by human attachments. Did Valor agree? He acted like he was considering it. Expressed concern about Tyrion's judgment, about whether the bond had weakened him too much for leadership. Lenara's eyes gleamed. Cade left that meeting confident he's finally getting what he wants. Our sources say he's been meeting with his closest allies, preparing to make his move. What kind of move? We're not certain. But based on the security changes he's implementing, he'll have access to restricted areas tonight, including the Alpha's private chambers where certain resources are kept. She met my eyes. Resources that could be used to stage an accident. Something that would look natural, but remove Tyrion from succession. My blood ran cold. He's going to try to kill him tonight. That's our assessment. Which means tonight, we spring the trap. Lenara's expression turned fierce. Valor has stationed loyal guards throughout the compound, hidden but ready to move. If Cade takes the bait, if he acts against Tyrion, we'll have witnesses and proof. And if he doesn't, if he suspects this is a trap, then we've wasted 3 miserable days and gained nothing. Lenara touched my shoulder. But I don't think he suspects. His arrogance won't let him see that we'd use Tyrion as bait. He thinks he's won, that the prey is wounded and easy to take down. Then tonight we show him the prey has teeth, I said. As darkness fell, I positioned myself in the healing quarters as instructed, visible through the windows, apparently working late on patient records. The perfect alibi, far from Tyrion, focused on work, unaware of any danger. But through the bond, I tracked Tyrion's every movement, felt him in our dwelling, felt his awareness of the trap being set, felt his readiness for whatever came next. And I felt the moment Cade entered the compound's restricted wing. The bond flared with warning. Not immediate danger, but the potential for it, the sense of a predator moving into position. He's coming, so I sent it to Tyrion.
I know.
I can smell him. Stay where you are, no matter what happens. Let the trap play out. Minutes stretched like hours. Through the bond, I felt Tyrion's heightened awareness, his body preparing for combat even as he maintained the appearance of distraction, of vulnerability. Then chaos. The bond exploded with alarm and pain. Tyrion had been attacked, something fast and vicious that gave him no time to defend properly. I was running before conscious thought engaged, abandoning my post, racing toward our dwelling where I felt him struggling. The door was open. Inside, Tyrion and Cade fought in wolf form, massive beasts tearing at each other with lethal intent. But this wasn't a fair fight. Tyrion's movements were sluggish, uncoordinated. Poisoned, I realized with horror. Cade had poisoned him somehow, weakened him before attacking. Stop, I screamed, and both wolves turned toward me. Cade's yellow eyes gleamed with triumph. He'd wanted me here, wanted the bonded mate to witness her partner's death, wanted to break me before finishing Tyrion. But what he didn't know was that a dozen guards had followed me. That Valor himself was right behind them. That his attack, his use of poison, his attempt to murder the Alpha's heir had been witnessed by unimpeachable sources. Cade's silver crest, Valor's voice rang with authority and rage. You are under arrest for attempted murder of a pack heir, for the murders of Darian and Selene, and for conspiracy to undermine pack authority. Cade shifted to human form, naked and unashamed. I was defending myself. He attacked me. I was merely... We have witnessed your attack, Valor interrupted. Multiple guards saw you enter through unauthorized access, saw you administer poison, saw you initiate combat with lethal intent. There is no defense. For the first time, I saw real fear in Cade's eyes. He looked around, perhaps searching for allies, for escape routes, for any way out of the trap that had closed around him. He found none. The penalty for attempting to murder an Alpha's heir is death, Valor continued. But I will grant you one mercy. You'll face execution at dawn rather than immediately. Use the night to make peace with the goddess, because tomorrow you pay for your crimes. Guards moved in, securing Cade with silver-threaded restraints that would prevent shifting. He struggled, but weakly, the reality of his situation finally breaking through his arrogance. As they dragged him away, he met my eyes one final time. This isn't over, he said. I'm not the only one who sees you as a threat. Not the only one who believes humans weaken us. Maybe not, I agreed. But you're the only one stupid enough to commit murder to prove it. Then he was gone, and I was free to run to Tyrion. He'd shifted back to human form, and I could see the poison's effects, his skin pale, his breathing labored. But he was alive, and through the bond one felt his strength beginning to return as his shifter healing worked to purge the toxin. I've got you, I said, my hands already glowing with silver light as I poured healing energy into him, accelerating the purging process. Just hold on. Never doubted you, he murmured. Never doubted us. Around us, the pack began to gather. drawn by the commotion. They watched as I healed the alpha's heir, as the bond between us blazed with undeniable strength, as the performance of separation was revealed for the strategic trap it had been. And slowly, I felt the pack's perception shifting again. Not just acceptance this time, but respect. We'd been hunted, attacked, undermined, and we'd survived. More than survived. We'd turned the hunt around, caught the predator in his own trap, proven that strength came in many forms. That night, as Tyrion recovered and Cade awaited execution, Valar addressed the pack. Tyrion and Mireya staged their separation to expose a traitor in our midst, he announced. They endured days of isolation, allowed their bond to be questioned, made themselves vulnerable, all to protect the pack from someone who would murder his own kind for political gain. This is the definition of putting a pack before self. This is what it means to be worthy of leadership. He looked directly at us. The bonding ceremony will proceed as scheduled. And this time, there will be no postponement. These two have earned the right to make their commitment public, and I expect the entire pack to celebrate with them. The response was overwhelming, not universal, but close. Cheers, howls, the approval of hundreds of shifters who'd finally seen proof that we belonged. Later, alone in our dwelling with Tyrion fully recovered, I finally let myself feel the relief, the exhaustion, the overwhelming gratitude that we'd survived. It's really over, I said, hardly daring to believe it. Cade is finished. The murders are solved. We cleared our names. It's over, Tyrion agreed, pulling me close. Through the bond, I felt his joy, his relief, his absolute certainty that nothing would separate us again. And in 3 weeks, we'll make it permanent in front of everyone. The bonding ceremony, I said softly. Are you ready for that? For being tied to me permanently in front of the entire pack. I've been ready since the moment you knelt in that clearing and refused to let me die, he said. The ceremony is just making official what's already true, that you're mine and I'm yours, for as long as we both live. Through the window, dawn was breaking, and in a few hours, Cade would face justice for his crimes. But for now, we had this moment, this peace, this certainty that we'd fought for our future and won. The bonding ceremony awaited, and after that, 5 more months of service, months that would be easier now, without sabotage and accusations undermining every step. We'd survived the worst. Now we have to build the best. Together, as we'd always been meant to be. Chapter 14, Bonds of Silver and Soul. The 3 weeks before the bonding ceremony passed in a blur of preparation and gradual healing, not of wounds, but of the fractures Cade's campaign had created in pack perception. Cade's execution had been swift and witnessed by the entire pack. At dawn, as promised, he'd faced judgment for his crimes. Valar had given him one final chance to confess fully, to name any conspirators who'd helped him. He'd refused, had gone to his death, maintaining that he'd acted alone, that his only crime was loving the pack enough to try protecting it from what he saw as weakness. Some believed him. Others suspected there were allies he'd protected with his silence. But either way, the threat he'd personally posed was ended. The bonding ceremony requires you to exchange vows before the pack, Lenara explained one evening, sitting with me in our dwelling while Tyrion was at combat training. Traditional vows exist, but most couples write their own. Something that reflects their unique bond, their promises to each other. She handed me a leather-bound journal. These are examples from past ceremonies. Read them, get a sense of what resonates. But ultimately, the vows should be yours, honest and from the heart. I spent hours reading through the journal that night. Some vows were simple and direct. I claim you as mine, protect you as a pack, love you as mate. Others were elaborate poems spanning pages, detailing specific promises and shared memories. All of them were beautiful in their sincerity, but none of them quite fit what Tyrion and I had become. Having trouble? Tyrion asked, finding me surrounded by discarded paper. My third attempt at writing vows crumpled beside me. How do you summarize everything we've been through in a few sentences? I gestured helplessly at the mess. How do I promise to love you when that feels inadequate for what this bond actually is? How do I vow to stay with you when leaving has never been an option? He sat beside me, picking up one of my discarded attempts. You promised you wouldn't let me die. That was your first vow to me, spoken over my body in that clearing. Maybe start there. I thought about that night. The desperation, the determination, the moment I'd chosen to fight for a stranger's life despite every rational reason not to. What are your vows? I asked. Still working on them. He pulled out his own paper, covered in crossed outlines. I keep trying to explain what you mean to me, how you changed everything, but words feel insufficient. We worked in companionable silence for a while, both struggling to capture the ineffable in language. Finally, I set down my pen. What if we don't try to explain it? What if we just promise what we can actually control? Our choices, our actions, our commitment to keep choosing each other no matter what. Tyrion's eyes lit up.
Yes, that's exactly right.
The bond isn't something we explain, it's something we live. The vows should reflect that. We wrote together then, building vows that felt true to who we were and what we'd survived. The morning of the ceremony, I woke to find Lenara and Mireya in our dwelling, carrying bundles of fabric and an assortment of cosmetics I'd never seen before. Bonding ceremony preparation, Lenara announced cheerfully. Tyrion, you need to leave. It's tradition that the bonded pair don't see each other before the ceremony. That's a human tradition, he protested. Shifters don't usually. We're incorporating human traditions to honor Mireya's heritage. Mireya interrupted firmly. Now go. We have work to do. Tyrion left, but not before pulling me into a quick kiss. Through the bond, I felt his excitement, his nervousness, his absolute certainty about what we were about to do. The next several hours were a whirlwind of preparation. They dressed me in layers of fabric, a base dress in soft white, overlaid with a tunic in midnight blue that matched Tyrion's wolf form, finished with a cloak of silver that represented the soul magic I carried. The outfit was both human and shifter in design, a visual representation of the bridge I'd become between our peoples. Lenara worked on my hair, weaving it into an intricate braid threaded with silver ribbon. Elena wore something similar at her ceremony, she said softly. I thought you might like to honor that connection. Thank you, I whispered, touched by the gesture. Through Lenara's eyes, I could see myself transforming. No longer the uncertain healer who'd stumbled into Pack lands, but someone who belonged here. Someone who'd earned her place. As sunset approached, Mireya applied the ceremonial markings, silver paint tracing patterns across my collarbone, my wrists, my temples. Ancient symbols represent healing, strength, and eternal commitment. The pack will gather in the ceremonial grove, Lenara explained as she fastened a silver pendant around my neck, the mark of a claimed mate. You'll enter from the east at moonrise. Tyrion will enter from the west. You'll meet in the center before the Alpha and exchange your vows. Then, she smiled. Then you'll be officially bonded in the eyes of the pack and the goddess. And if I trip walking to the center? I asked, only half joking. Or forget my vows.
Or,
then you'll be endearingly human, and the pack will love you for it, Mireya said firmly. Stop worrying. This is your ceremony, your moment. No one expects perfection. They expect authenticity. As the sun set and the moon began to rise, they led me to the edge of the ceremonial grove. I could see the pack gathered, hundreds of them, forming a circle around a cleared space. Torches burned at cardinal points, their light dancing across faces both familiar and strange. At the center stood Valor in full alpha regalia, the embodiment of pack authority and tradition. It's time, Lenara said gently. Walk slowly, keep your head high, and remember, you belong here. You've earned this. I stepped into the grove. The pack fell silent as I walked toward the center, every eye following my progress. Through the bond, I felt Tyrion entering from the opposite side, feeling his matching nervousness and excitement. We met in the center, and the sight of him stole my breath. He wore traditional ceremonial garb, midnight blue leather that hugged his form, silver clasps at his shoulders representing his status as heir, and markings similar to mine painted across his skin. But it was his eyes that held me, amber and warm and absolutely certain. Valor raised his hands, and the ceremony began. We gather under the full moon to witness the bonding of Tyrion Silvercrest and Mireya of Thornwood, he announced, his voice carrying across the silent grove. A bond forged in blood and magic, tested by trial and adversity, proven through sacrifice and choice. He turned to Tyrion. Do you come here freely, of your own will, ready to bind yourself to this woman before the pack and the goddess? I do, Tyrion said clearly. And do you, Mireya, come here freely, ready to bind yourself to this male, to become pack, to accept all that entails? I do, I said, my voice steady despite my racing heart. Then speak your vows. Let the pack witness your promises. Tyrion took my hands, his grip warm and solid. Mireya, you found me dying in the snow and refused to let death win. That was your first gift to me, life itself. Since then, you've given me so much more. Purpose, hope, the courage to fight for what's right even when the cost is high. The certainty that strength comes in many forms and that the strongest people are often those who choose compassion over cruelty. He paused, and through the bond one felt the depth of his emotion. I promise to protect you as fiercely as you've protected me, to honor your gifts even when they frighten me, to choose you every day in every way that matters, to be the partner you deserve and the mate you've made me into. For as long as we both live, you're mine and I'm yours. Tears blurred my vision, but I blinked them back. My turn. Tyrion, when I knelt beside you in that clearing, I wasn't thinking about consequences or future or anything beyond the immediate need to save you. I didn't know you'd become the center of my world. Didn't know that choosing to heal you would change everything I thought I knew about myself, about magic, about love and belonging, and what it means to truly fight for someone. I squeezed his hands, feeling the bond pulse between us. I promise to keep choosing you, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. To trust in this bond even when I don't understand it. To heal you when you're wounded, challenge you when you're wrong, and stand beside you through whatever comes next. You've given me a home when I didn't know I was lost. I promise to honor that gift for as long as I breathe. Valor produced 2 silver cords, handing one end of each to me and one to Tyrion. Bind your hands together. Let the cords represent the threads that already connect you, invisible to the eye but undeniable to the heart. We wrapped the cords around our joined hands, creating an intricate knot that symbolized the complexity and strength of our bond. Before the pack and the goddess, I declare you bound, Valor announced. Mated for life, bonded in soul, united in purpose. What the goddess has joined, let no force separate. The pack erupted in howls, hundreds of voices raised in celebration, the sound primal and joyous and utterly overwhelming. And through it all, Tyrion pulled me close and kissed me. The bond exploded with sensation, our emotions intertwining so completely I couldn't tell where my joy ended and his began. When we finally broke apart, the pack surged forward. What followed was hours of celebration, feasting, dancing, stories shared, and blessings given. Pack members who'd been skeptical came to offer their acceptance. Elders who doubted blessed our union. Even the children got involved, weaving flower crowns and chasing each other in wolf form around the grove. Aurelia found me late in the evening, pulling me into a tight embrace. Elena would have been so proud, she whispered, to see her son find a mate who matches him so perfectly. To know her bloodline continues through you both. The words brought fresh tears, and I let them fall. This was what acceptance felt like, not just being tolerated but being celebrated. Being seen as essential rather than optional. As midnight approached, Lenara appeared at my side. It's tradition for newly bonded pairs to run with the pack on their ceremony night. Are you ready? I looked at Tyrion, who was already beginning to shift. Through the bond, I felt his eagerness to share this with me, to run as one with the pack, with me on his back, unified and accepted. I'm ready, I said. The transformation swept through the pack like wildfire, hundreds of shifters becoming wolves, their excitement palpable. Tyrion lowered himself so I could mount, and I settled onto his back with practiced ease now, my fingers tangling in his midnight fur. Then we ran. The pack flowed through the forest like a river of fur and fong and pure joy. Tyrion's muscles bunched and released beneath me, his stride powerful and sure. Around us, wolves yipped and howled, the sound of pure celebration filling the night. And through the bond, I felt not just Tyrion's emotions but echoes of the entire pack, the collective consciousness that Mireya had warned me about, but this time welcoming rather than overwhelming. They accepted me, accepted us, saw us as part of the whole rather than foreign bodies to be expelled. We ran for hours, covering miles of territory, claiming it through presence and unity. When we finally returned to the grove as dawn threatened the horizon, I was exhausted but more content than I'd ever been. Tyrion shifted back to human form, catching me as I slid from his back. "How do you feel?" "Like I'm finally home," I said simply. He carried me back to our dwelling as the pack began dispersing to their own homes. Inside, he set me down gently, his hands already working to remove the ceremonial clothing. "We're bonded," I said, still hardly believing it. "Officially, irrevocably bonded." "We always were," he corrected, his lips finding the hollow of my throat where the ceremonial markings still glittered in the lamplight. The ceremony just made it impossible for anyone to deny. Through the bond, I felt his desire rising, and felt my own matching it. This was our wedding night, the traditional consummation of vows spoken before the pack and goddess. But as he pulled me toward the bedroom, as we fell into each other with all the pent-up emotion of the day finding physical release, I realized something profound. This wasn't just about desire or obligation or tradition. This was about choice. We'd chosen each other in that clearing months ago. We'd chosen each other through every trial and accusation. We'd chosen each other when it would have been easier to walk away. And now, we were choosing each other again. Freely. Joyfully. Completely. The bond sang with our union, not just physical but spiritual, emotional, every aspect of ourselves intertwining until we were more together than we'd ever been separate. Afterward, lying tangled together in the pre-dawn darkness, Tyrion traced idle patterns on my shoulder. 5 more months of service, he said quietly. And then we're free to build whatever life we want. What do you want? I asked. After the service year ends, what's next? He was quiet for a moment, thinking. I want to change things. The way we treat humans, the way we handle disputes, the way pack justice sometimes prioritizes tradition over compassion. I want to be the kind of heir, the kind of eventual alpha, who makes the pack stronger through inclusion rather than isolation. That's ambitious. I have an ambitious mate who'll help me. He pulled me closer. What do you want? I thought about the healing quarters, about the patients who'd slowly learned to trust me, about the soul magic that was finally being understood rather than feared. I want to train other healers in soul magic. Document what I've learned, so it's not lost again. Build bridges between human and shifter healing traditions so both sides benefit. We'll do it, he said with absolute certainty. Together. Everything we want, everything we've dreamed of, we'll build it together. Through the bond, I felt his conviction, his faith that we could actually change things, that our bond was just the beginning of something larger. And I believed him, because we'd already done the impossible. We'd survived when we should have died. We'd built a bond that transcended species. We'd turned enemies into allies and suspicion into respect. What was changing pack culture compared to that? As sleep finally claimed me, safe in Tyrion's arms with a bond humming contentedly between us, I thought about the girl I'd been months ago. The failed healer who couldn't channel properly, who'd been about to be reassigned to the kitchens, who'd thought herself worthless. That girl was gone. Burned away in the clearing where I'd discovered my power. Transformed through trials that had tested every aspect of who I was. In her place was someone stronger. Someone certain. Someone who knew her worth because she'd fought for it, earned it, proven it beyond doubt. and someone who had 5 more months to solidify that position before the real work began. The service year had been about proving ourselves worthy of the pack's acceptance. What came after would be about proving what the pack could become when it embraced change rather than feared it. But that was tomorrow's challenge. Tonight, we'd earned our rest. Tonight, we were simply Tyrion and Mireya, bonded mates, sleeping peacefully in the knowledge that we'd survived everything thrown at us. And whatever came next, we'd face it the way we'd faced everything else.
Together.
Always together. The bond demanded nothing less, and our hearts wanted nothing more. Chapter 15. The Final Test. The 5 months following our bonding ceremony should have been peaceful. We'd eliminated the threat, earned the pack's acceptance, proven ourselves worthy of our positions. By all accounts, the remaining time in our service year should have been a formality, a gentle glide toward full pack membership and the freedom to build our future. Instead, it became the hardest test we'd faced yet. It started subtly. Small incidents that could have been coincidence. A young male I was treating developed complications that Mireya couldn't explain, not from my healing, but from some underlying condition that had gone undetected. He recovered, but the incident reminded everyone that healing was never without risk. 3 of Tyrion's advanced students challenged him simultaneously during training, claiming they wanted to test their skills against the best. The fight was sanctioned and controlled, but it left Tyrion with cracked ribs and a reminder that respect was something that had to be continuously earned, not permanently granted. Border disputes with neighboring packs flared up, requiring diplomatic missions that pulled both Valar and Tyrion away from the compound for days at a time. During those absences, I felt the pack's wariness return, not hostile, but cautious. As if without Tyrion's presence to anchor my position, they weren't quite sure what to do with me. Something feels wrong, I told Mireya one evening in the healing quarters. We were alone, organizing supplies after a busy day. Not obvious like Cade's sabotage, but wrong nonetheless. Like there's pressure building beneath the surface. Mireya paused in her inventory count. You're not imagining it. I felt it too. The pack is unsettled, restless, and I'm not sure why. Could it be related to the border disputes? Possibly. Territorial tensions always make shifters edgy. But this feels different, more direct. She met my eyes. Have you noticed how many pack members have been requesting traditional healers over you lately? I had noticed. It had hurt, actually, after months of building trust. Suddenly patients were specifically asking for shifter healers, even for minor injuries I was perfectly capable of treating. They're afraid again, I said quietly. But of what? We proved my magic is safe. Cade's conspiracy is over. What's left to fear? Change itself, perhaps. Mireya returned to her counting, but her voice was thoughtful. You and Tyrion represent a fundamental shift in pack culture. Human shifter bonds becoming normalized. Soul magic being accepted. Traditional hierarchies being questioned. Some people welcome change. Others fear it, even when they can't articulate why. That night, lying beside Tyrion, who'd returned from the latest border negotiation exhausted and frustrated, I voiced my concerns. What if we've only delayed the inevitable? I asked into the darkness. What if the pack is tolerating us because they have to, but they'll never truly accept what we represent? They accepted us at the bonding ceremony, Tyrion countered, but I felt his own doubts through the bond. They celebrated a ceremony. But ceremonies are temporary. Living with the reality of what we are, that's permanent. That's what they're struggling with. He was quiet for a long moment. Then, my father wants me to lead the next territorial negotiation. Alone. Says it's time I prove I can handle alpha responsibilities without his oversight. That sounds like progress. It sounds like a test. Tyrion's arm tightened around me. And I suspect it's not the only one coming. He was right. 2 weeks later, Valar summoned us both to his private chambers. Lenara was there as well, her expression serious in a way that immediately set my nerves on edge. Your service year ends in 3 months, Valar said without preamble. By all measures, you fulfilled the terms. Worked diligently, contributed to pack welfare, proven yourselves valuable members. The council should have no objections to granting you full pack status. Should have, I repeated, catching the qualifier. But they do. Some council members have raised concerns. Lenara's voice was gentle but firm. Not about your conduct during the service year, but about what comes after. Specifically, about what your presence means for pack tradition and future succession. Tyrion stiffened beside me. They're questioning whether human mate makes me unfit to eventually lead. Not unfit, Valor clarified. But complicated. An alpha needs to put the pack first, always. Some worry that having a human mate, someone who isn't shifter, who doesn't share our instincts, who can't fully understand our nature, might compromise that absolute loyalty. That's absurd, I said, anger flaring. I've proven my loyalty a dozen times over. I've healed pack members, defended pack interests, nearly died for. I know, Valor interrupted, his voice heavy. And I've argued exactly that. But there's precedent for what they're proposing. An old tradition, rarely invoked, but legitimate under pack law. My stomach dropped. What tradition? The trial of integration. Lenara took over the explanation. When a non-shifter bonds with someone in line for alpha succession, they can be required to undergo a final test. A demonstration that they understand nature deeply enough to make decisions that might contradict their human morality. That they can think like a pack, not just live among the pack. What kind of demonstration? Tyrion demanded. Valor and Lenara exchanged glances. Neither wanted to answer. Tell us, I insisted. The trial involves 3 challenges, Valor finally said. Each designed to test whether the human mate can truly embrace shifter nature. The challenges are chosen by the council based on perceived weaknesses or areas of concern. Failure of any challenge results in. He paused. Results in the bond being recognized as legitimate, but the bonded pair being excluded from succession. Tyrion would remain a pack, remain my son, but he'd never be alpha. The weight of that settled over us. Everything we'd fought for, every sacrifice we'd made, all of it potentially meaningless if I failed challenges I hadn't even heard of yet. What are the 3 challenges? Tyrion's voice was cold, controlled. Through the bond, I felt his rage, at his father for allowing this, at the council for demanding it, at the tradition itself for existing. They'll be announced at the trial itself. Tradition dictates that the challenges must be faced without preparation, without strategy. Pure instinct and understanding. Lenara looked at me with sympathy. I'm sorry, Mireya. This isn't fair. But it is the law. When? I asked quietly. 1 month. The council wants the trial completed before your service year officially ends. That way, if you... Valor trailed off, unable or unwilling to finish. If I fail, there's still time to adjust succession plans before it's formalized. I completed for him. I understand. We'll fight this, Tyrion said immediately. Challenge the tradition, argue against its application, refuse to participate, and lose everything anyway. I took his hand, felt his fury through the bond, and sent calm in return. If we refuse, they'll interpret it as proof I can't handle pack nature. That I'm too human, too soft, too different. We'd lose by default. So what? We face impossible challenges designed to make you fail? We give them the opportunity to tear us apart after everything. We win, I interrupted firmly. We face the challenges and we win. Because that's what we do. We survive the impossible. Valor's expression was unreadable. You sound confident. I sound determined. There's a difference. I met his eyes. You don't want this trial. You think it's unfair, potentially cruel. But you're alpha, and pack law demands you enforce tradition even when you disagree with it. So you're warning us, giving us what time you can to prepare mentally, if not practically. I appreciate that. But I need to know, do you believe I can pass? Honestly? He considered the question carefully. I believe you have the strength to try. Whether that's enough depends on what the challenges are. Some historical trials have been reasonable. Others. He shook his head. Others have been designed to ensure failure. To prove that humans should never be allowed in succession lines. Who chooses the challenges? Tyrion asked. The council, By majority vote. Lenara's expression was troubled. And while Mireya and I support you, we're only 2 votes. The 3 elders are traditional. They'll likely push for stringent challenges. Let them, I said with more confidence than I felt. I've faced everything else this pack has thrown at me. I can face this too. After we left Valor's chambers, after we returned to our dwelling in heavy silence, Tyrion finally let his control slip. This is my fault, he said, pacing like a caged animal. If I'd never challenged my father, if I'd kept my mouth shut about Fenric, none of this would have happened. You'd still be at Thornwood, safe and accepted. I wouldn't have dragged you into pack politics and impossible expectations. Stop. I caught his arm, forcing him to face me. I chose this.
Choose you.
Chose to save you in that clearing, chose to follow you here, chose to bond with you before the entire pack. None of that was you dragging me anywhere. That was me, making decisions about my own life. Decisions that might cost you everything in a month. Or decisions that will prove, once and for all, that humans and shifters can bridge the gap between their natures. I pulled him close, felt his heart racing against mine. I'm scared. I won't pretend I'm not. But I'm also ready. Whatever these challenges are, whatever the council throws at me, I'll face them. And I'll win. How can you be so sure? Because I have to be. Because giving up isn't an option. Because you're worth fighting for, and the future we want to build is worth fighting for. I met his eyes. And because I've already done impossible things. What's 3 more? He pulled me into a kiss that was desperate and claiming and filled with all the fear he couldn't voice. Through the bond, I felt his terror of losing me. Not to death, but to a political machination that would acknowledge our bond while destroying our future. If you fail, he whispered against my lips, if the council excludes us from succession, we'll leave. Find another pack, or live as rogues, or go back to human lands. I don't care about being alpha if it means losing you. You'd give up everything you've worked for? Everything I've worked for is worthless without you. He pulled back enough to meet my eyes. You're not just my mate, Mireya. You're my purpose. My reason for wanting to change things. My proof that the old ways aren't always the right ways. If the pack can't see that, if they'd rather cling to tradition than embrace the future, then they don't deserve our loyalty. It was perhaps the most romantic and most terrifying thing he'd ever said to me. Because it meant the stakes of this trial weren't just political, they were existential. Win, and we'd have the platform to change pack culture from within. Lose, and we'd lose not just position but belonging, not just status but home. The month passed in strange suspension. We continued our duties, me in the healing quarters, Tyrion with combat training and increasing diplomatic responsibilities. But underneath the normalcy, tension built like storm clouds gathering on the horizon. Mireya tried to prepare me in what ways she could. I can't tell you what the challenges will be, she said one evening. Even if I knew, sharing that information would invalidate the trial. But I can tell you about past trials. About the kinds of things that have been tested. She pulled out ancient texts, dusty records of trials spanning centuries. Some had been straightforward. Demonstrations of understanding pack hierarchy, ability to make strategic decisions, willingness to prioritize pack welfare over personal comfort. Others had been cruel. One trial had required a human mate to choose which of 2 injured pack members received limited healing resources, testing whether they could make life or death decisions based on strategic value rather than emotional attachment. Another had required participation in a hunt, not as an observer but as an active participant, forcing a human to choose between their moral objections to killing and their commitment to pack culture. A third had required the human to witness and approve a punishment they found morally abhorrent, testing whether they could accept that pack justice operated by different rules than human law. These trials are designed to break you, Mireya said quietly. To force you into situations where there's no good answer, only choices between terrible options. The council wants to see if you'll hold to human morality even when it costs you everything, or if you'll compromise your values to pass. What should I do? I asked, feeling the weight of impossible expectations settling over me. I don't know, she admitted. That's the cruelty of it. Hold too firmly to human values, and they'll say you can't truly understand pack nature. Compromise too much, and they'll say you lack integrity. You have to find a balance that probably doesn't exist.
Perfect.
Absolutely perfect. The night before the trial, I couldn't sleep. Tyrion held me in the darkness, both of us silent with our own fears. Whatever happens tomorrow, he finally said, remember that I love you. That you're mine, regardless of what the council decides. That no trial can change what's between us. I know. I pressed closer, breathing in assent, memorizing the feel of him. But I want more than just being yours, Tyrion. I want the future we've imagined. The changes we could make. The bridge we could build between our peoples. Then tomorrow, you fight for it. And I'll be right there, believing in you every second. Through the bond, I felt his absolute faith. His certainty that I could do this. I wished I could share it. But doubt was a luxury I couldn't afford. So I pushed it down, locked it away, and filled that space with determination instead.
One more impossible thing.
That's all this was. One more impossible thing in a series of impossible things I'd already survived. I could do this. I had to do this. Because the alternative, losing everything we'd built, everything we'd fought for, everything we'd become, was unacceptable. Tomorrow, I'll face the trial of integration. Tomorrow, I'd prove that humans could understand nature without losing their humanity. Tomorrow, I'll fight for our future one final time. And somehow, impossibly, I'd win. Because that's what soul mages did. We refused to let death win. We refused to let fear win. We refused to let tradition determine what was possible. And tomorrow, I'd refuse to let the council decide my worth. I'd show them exactly what a human mate of the future alpha could be. Strong, compassionate, uncompromising in my values while flexible in my methods. Everything they feared, and everything they needed. The trial awaited, and I was as ready as I'd ever be. 1 year later, the healing quarters had expanded significantly in the year since I'd completed my service. What had once been a modest wing of the Alpha's residence now sprawled across an entire building, with dedicated rooms for different types of treatment and, most importantly, a training hall where I taught soul magic to gifted students from both shifter and human communities. You're channeling from your core, not your extremities, I told the young shifter woman struggling with her first attempt at soul healing. The power doesn't live in your hands, it lives in your determination to save lives. Feel that first, then let it flow outward. Her hands began to glow, not the silver white of my magic, but a soft amber that matched her wolf's eyes. Different, but equally valid. Equally beautiful. I did it, she breathed in wonder. You did, I confirmed with a smile. Now practice control. Soul magic without discipline is dangerous to both healer and patient. After the lesson ended, I found Tyrion waiting outside, leaning against the building with that slight smile that still made my heart skip. How was training? I asked, falling into step beside him as we walked toward the compound center. Productive. The young males are finally starting to understand that strength includes knowing when not to fight. He took my hand, our fingers intertwining automatically. How many students are you up to now? 12. 6 shifters, 6 humans. The cultural exchange program is working better than I'd hoped. Students learn healing techniques from each other while building relationships across the species divide. We'd spent the year after completing our service implementing the changes we'd dreamed about. It hadn't been easy. Tradition didn't yield willingly, and there were still pack members who viewed human integration with suspicion. But slowly, steadily, we were building the bridges we'd envisioned. The trial of integration had been everything Mireya warned and more. 3 impossible challenges designed to break me, to prove I couldn't balance human morality with pack necessity. The first challenge required me to choose which of 2 injured pack members received my healing, an elder whose wisdom was valuable but whose fighting days were over, or a young warrior essential for pack defense. I'd refused to choose. Instead, using soul magic to heal both simultaneously despite the enormous cost to my own life force. The council had argued I'd violated the spirit of the challenge. Valor had countered that I'd demonstrated precisely the kind of creative problem-solving an alpha's mate needed. The second challenge had forced me to witness a punishment I found morally abhorrent. A young male being exiled for repeated boundary violations, sent away from everything he'd known despite his pleas for mercy. I'd been required to approve the decision publicly. I'd done so, then immediately proposed a rehabilitation program for future offenders, a path back to the pack through demonstrated reform. The council had been split on whether that counted as accepting pack justice or undermining it. The third challenge had been the cruelest, participating in a hunt where I'd been required to make the killing blow on prey, violating my healer's oath against taking life. I'd completed the challenge, then spent hours afterward being violently ill. But I'd explained to the council that understanding pack nature didn't mean abandoning my own. It meant being willing to experience their world fully while maintaining my core identity. In the end, the council had voted 4-3 in my favor. Barely passing, but passing nonetheless. And in the years since, I'd used that narrow victory to prove I'd been right, that humans could contribute to pack culture while maintaining their distinct perspective. That difference didn't mean less. "Your father wants to see us," Tyrion said as we approached the Alpha's residence. He was cryptic about why, but Lenara said we should come immediately. We found Valor in his private study, looking more serious than usual. Beside him stood Mireya and Lenara, both wearing expressions I couldn't quite read. "Thank you for coming," Valor said. "I have news that affects both of you directly." Through the bond, I felt Tyrion's apprehension. We'd worked so hard for acceptance. What if something had changed? What if the council was reconsidering our status despite the trial's completion? "The Northern Pack Alliance has requested a diplomatic summit," Valor continued. 5 major packs gathering to discuss territory rights, resource sharing, and— he paused significantly— and policies regarding human shifter integration. My breath caught. "Your work here hasn't gone unnoticed," Mireya added. "The healing exchange program, the rehabilitation initiatives, the cultural bridges you've built. Other packs are watching. Some with approval, others with concern. They want to discuss whether your model should be adopted more widely or actively discouraged. And they've specifically requested that you both attend," Lenara said. "As representatives of Silvercrest Pack, yes, but also as the most prominent example of successful human shifter bonding in recent history. Your presence at this summit could influence policy for generations." Tyrion and I exchanged glances. A year ago, this would have terrified me. Being put on display, being judged by multiple packs simultaneously, having our relationship held up as either an ideal or cautionary tale.
Now
I feel ready. "When?" Tyrion asked. 3 months. Hosted by Ironwood Pack, neutral territory. Valor's expression softened slightly. "I know this is a lot to ask. You've already given so much, proven yourselves so thoroughly. But this opportunity, if you can convince the other alphas that integration benefits rather than weakens their packs, you could change the future for thousands of humans and shifters." "We'll do it," I said without hesitation. Through the bond, I felt Tyrion's instant agreement. "You're certain?" Lenara asked gently. "This won't be like facing one council. This will be 5 packs worth of skepticism, tradition, and resistance to change. Some of those alphas have held power for 50 years or more. They won't appreciate being told their ways are outdated." "Good thing we're not telling them their ways are wrong," I said. "We're showing them that new ways can exist alongside old traditions. That change doesn't require destruction. It requires evolution." Valor smiled, a rare, genuine expression. "You've come far from the uncertain healer who arrived at our gates a year and a half ago." "She learned from the best," Tyrion said, squeezing my hand. "And she had excellent motivation to become stronger." As we left the Alpha's residence, as we walked through the compound that had become home, I marveled at how much had changed since that night in the clearing. I'd been a failed apprentice with barely any power, convinced I'd never amount to anything significant. Now I was training the next generation of soul mages, had passed the trial of integration, and was being invited to help shape policy that would affect entire territories. We'd been condemned criminals facing execution, our bond questioned, and our future uncertain. Now we were respected pack members, preparing to represent Silvercrest at a diplomatic summit that could change the course of human-shifter relations. Nervous? Tyrion asked as we reached our dwelling, no longer the modest quarters from our service year, but a proper home we'd built together. Terrified, I admitted, but also excited. This is what we've been working toward. The chance to make real, lasting change. We'll do it the way we've done everything else. He pulled me close, rested his forehead against mine.
Together.
Honestly, refusing to compromise on what matters while finding creative solutions to impossible problems. Through the bond, I felt his absolute certainty. His faith that we could face 5 packs worth of skepticism and emerge victorious. His love that had carried us through every trial we'd faced. And I felt my own matching determination. My refusal to let fear or tradition or other people's limitations define what was possible. 3 months to prepare, I said. That's not much time. It's enough. It has to be. He kissed me softly. Because the alternative is accepting that our way of life, the bridge we've built, the future we're creating, stays confined to 1 pack. And I refuse to accept that. So do I. That night, lying beside him in the darkness, I thought about the riddle I'd asked him so long ago. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, 3 legs in the evening, and sometimes on no legs at all? A promise. We'd made so many promises to each other. Spoken and unspoken, formal and implicit, in moments of desperation and moments of joy. And we'd kept every single one. Now we had new promises to make, not just to each other, but to the future we were building. To the humans and shifters who would benefit from the bridges we'd constructed. To the next generation who would inherit a world where bonds like ours were celebrated rather than questioned. 3 months until the summit. 3 months to prepare to face our greatest challenge yet. But if saving Tyrion's life had taught me anything, it was that impossible was just another word for not tried hard enough yet. We'd survived condemnation, sabotage, murder attempts, and trials designed to break us. We'd faced this the way we'd faced everything else. With determination, creativity, and absolute refusal to accept defeat. Because we were Tyrion and Mireya. Bonded mates. Soul mage and heir. Bridge between 2 worlds that had been separate for too long. And our story was just beginning. The end. Thank you for joining Mireya and Tyrion on their journey from desperate strangers to bonded mates who changed the future of human-shifter relations. Their story of healing, sacrifice, and love that transcends species continues beyond these pages, in the diplomatic summit to come, in the students they train, and in the future they're building together. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more original werewolf shifter romance stories.